Good morning, and welcome to the public hearing for EPA's proposed greenhouse gas standards and guidelines for fossil fuel power plants. My name is Daryl Weatherhead, and I am the group leader in the Air Economics Group in EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards, and I will be chairing this session of the virtual public hearing. During today's hearing, we will take comment on EPA's proposed GHG standards and guidelines for fossil fuel power plants. EPA is proposing Clean Air Act emissions limits and guidelines for carbon dioxide from fossil-fueled power plants based on cost-effective and available control technologies. The proposals would set limits for new gas-fired combustion turbines, existing coal and oil and gas-fired steam generating units, and certain existing gas-fired combustion turbines. I'd like to invite our other two panelists to introduce themselves.
Hi, my name is Greg Honda. I'm a rule writer in the Energy Strategies Group in the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards.
Hi, my name is Phil Osmus, and I am a senior policy specialist with the State and Local Climate and Energy Program and EPA's Office of Atmospheric Protection.
Thank you. We are also joined today by a court reporter who will produce a written transcript of today's hearing. We will add the transcript to the public docket for this proposed rulemaking and will carefully consider your comments as we develop a final rule. Before we begin hearing from you, we have a few ground rules and housekeeping items to review to help make today's hearings run smoothly. First, EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. We want to hear your views on the proposed rule today. However, the agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing. EPA expects everyone participating in this hearing, including registered speakers, attendees, and those of us on this panel, to conduct themselves in a respectful and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. Please note, by registering for this event, you are agreeing to abide by the ground rules for this virtual hearing. Please remain muted with your camera off until it is your turn to speak. We ask that everyone's displayed Zoom name include their first and last names. This will help our logistics team quickly identify when registered speakers have arrived so that we can quickly add them to the lineup of speakers. Okay, let's move on to how today's hearing is going to work. If you've joined us through Zoom, please keep the chat box open. It is at the bottom of your screen. We will share the names of the next two speakers in the chat box. We also may use the chat to communicate directly with you during the hearing. I will call on each speaker when it is their turn. Let me apologize in advance for any mispronunciations, and please correct me. When I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. If you are joining us via Zoom, that button is in the lower left of your screen. If you're joining us by phone, you can mute and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Please state your first and last name and spell it for the record. Please speak slowly so that our court reporter can capture your entire testimony. When you are providing testimony, you are welcome to activate your video camera by clicking on the Start Video icon at the bottom left of your screen. If you are not testifying, please keep your camera off. Each speaker will have 4 minutes to give comments. A 4-minute timer will be displayed on the screen to help you keep track of your time. The timer will start when you state your name, and when your 4 minutes are up, it will stop. If you are testifying by phone, the timekeeper will alert you when you have 1 minute remaining. To be fair to everyone, we're going to strictly enforce the 4-minute limit. If you have additional items that you would like to share, such as slide presentations or videos, you may submit them to the docket for this proposal through August 8th. We encourage you to also submit a written copy of your testimony you provide today. We will post information on how to submit written comments in the chat box throughout the hearing. We are here to listen to you today. However, panel members may ask questions to clarify your comments. When you are finished speaking, please remain on the line until I confirm that there are no further clarifying questions from our panel. Once we are done, please remute your line and turn off your camera. I will then call the next speaker and so on. Finally, today's hearing consists of 3 sessions, morning, afternoon, and evening. If there are no additional speakers, we may close the session 15 minutes after the last registered speaker has testified. We may also take short breaks as needed. Thank you again for taking the time today to share your comments on EPA's proposal. Now let's get started. Our first 2 speakers are Melody Rice and Lucia Valentine. Melody, if you'd like to unmute,
Hi,
you
thank
can
you.
state your name and spell it for the record and get started on your testimony.
Sure, it's Melody Reese, MELODYREIS. So thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Melody Reese, and I'm with Moms Clean Air Force. I support the carbon rule and urge EPA to adopt the strongest possible standards to reduce emissions from fossil fuel power plants. Fossil fuel power plants are responsible for about 1/4 of climate pollution in the United States. Here in the DC area, we're already seeing the effects of climate change. 4 of the 5 hottest years on record have been in the last 11 years, and 2023 is on track to top them all. In April, the Washington Post reported that 77% of days this year have been warmer than average, often by 5 to 6 degrees. What's more, when wildfire smoke drifted into our region last week, the air quality in my neighborhood reached 320 on the air quality index. It was color-coded as maroon, the worst level on the scale, a level I hadn't even known existed, and described as hazardous. The air was such a threat to our health that school recesses were moved indoors, the National Zoo was closed, and the Nationals' home game against the Diamondbacks was postponed. And we're just at the beginning of wildfire season, a season that climate change is lengthening. So I'm bracing myself for more of the same in the coming months. And it's not just DC. Just last month in my hometown of Seattle, record-breaking temperatures, over 20 degrees higher than normal, resulted in heat advisories throughout the Pacific Northwest and fueled dozens of wildfires in neighboring Canada. This came on the heels of record-setting fall temperatures in the Northwest, which again fueled wildfires across the region and earned Seattle the temporary but unfortunate distinction of having the worst air quality on the planet. Unlike DC, in Seattle, summer is the best, or at least it was when I was growing up. There was actually a chance it might not rain, temperatures would be in the 70s or 80s, and I could spend literally all day outside riding my bike, swimming in the lake, or playing sports with the other neighborhood kids. But the climate is changing, and kids in Seattle are too often stuck inside because it's too hot, or because the air is full of wildfire smoke, or both. DC was probably always too hot in the summer, but it's getting even hotter now, and there's wildfire smoke here too. We shouldn't have to embrace this as the new normal. We're already seeing the effects of a warming planet, and we must do everything we can to ensure a more stable climate for future generations. Cutting carbon emissions from power plants is a start. Moms Clean Air Force supports the acceleration of the cleanest and most reliable pathways to reducing climate pollution. The good news is that we have abundant sources of clean, renewable, and sustainable energy like wind and solar. Once again, I support the carbon rule, and I urge EPA to finalize the strongest possible standards to limit pollution from fossil fuel power plants. Thank you.
Thank you. Panelists, any follow-up questions for Melody? All right, thank you, Melody, for your testimony. Next is Lucia or Lucia Valentine. If you'd like to unmute and turn your camera on, you can begin your testimony.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you for your time today. My name is Lucia Valentine, LuciaValentine, and I am the West Virginia organizer for Moms Clean Air Force. I'm from Shepherdstown, West Virginia, and I lived in the Mountain State my whole life, and I strongly support the EPA's proposed rule to limit carbon emissions from fossil fuel power plants and ask that the EPA finalize these standards as quickly as possible. Fossil fuel power plants are responsible for almost 1/4 of the climate pollution generated by the US. And this climate pollution from fossil fuel industry, also referred to as greenhouse gas emissions, is fueling climate change. And growing up on the banks of the Potomac River here in West Virginia, I've experienced exacerbated climate disasters such as flooding due to the negative impacts that climate pollution has on our environment. Flood disasters throughout West Virginia have increased in frequency and intensity, making West Virginia the 17th wettest state in the country. These climate-related flood disasters not only threaten our health and well-being in numerous ways, but they also pose significant danger, particularly to children, as children can experience safety risks, including drowning during flood events. They may also experience mental stress when displaced from their homes and communities. If no additional adaptation measures are taken, approximately 185,000 children may lose their homes because of coastal flooding at 50 centimeters of sea level rise. Flooding can disproportionately affect low-income and BIPOC populations, and many of the flood-prone areas in West Virginia and the U.S. are predominantly low-wealth communities of color. The proposed rules offer power plants multiple ways to clean up their carbon pollution, and some of these pathways involve less stringent pollution controls in the short term for power plants that commit to retiring early. Other pathways involve using technologies like carbon capture and storage and hydrogen to reduce emissions. And as West Virginia considers carbon capture and storage and hydrogen, these technologies must have the strongest possible safeguards to ensure real-world health protections for people living in proximity to these power plants in frontline communities. There are serious concerns about the use of CCS and hydrogen, including the cumulative impacts of fossil fuel extraction and use already in overburdened communities. Crucial and urgent work must be done to ensure that any reliance on CCS or hydrogen reflects meaningful community engagement and input, community concerns, and comprehensive safeguards. So again, I support the carbon rule, and I'm calling on the EPA to finalize the strongest possible standards to protect our families from harmful air pollution that contributes to climate change and impacts health. EPA must strengthen community input and safeguards in the final version of this rule. And thank you again for your time today.
I knew the second I muted that would happen. Thank you for your testimony. Very much appreciated. And panelists, any follow-up questions? All right, thank you. Our next two speakers are going to be Catherine Pruitt and Cara Cook. Catherine, if you'd like to unmute, you can state and spell your name for the record and begin your testimony.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. My name is Catherine Pruitt, Katherinepruitt. I'm National Senior Director for Policy with the American Lung Association. The Lung Association supports the proposed greenhouse gas standards and urges EPA to finalize the most protective rule possible in the early spring 2024. For the last several years, I've served as the primary author of the Lung Association's annual State of the Air report. Our reporting includes trend lines for ozone and PM 2.5 levels by county starting in the year 2000. Working with that data, I was struck by a consistent pattern in many parts of the country of pollutant levels declining over time thanks to emission control efforts, but then starting to rise again 5 or 6 years ago. The increasing heat, drought, and wildfires driven by climate change are reversing the progress we've worked so hard to make. Experiencing last week's wildfire smoke event here in Maryland and seeing the local air quality alerts for hazardous air days made a threat to our future from climate change very real to me. I fear for the health of my family, especially for the grandchildren that we hope to have in the future. In April 2023, EPA released its landmark report, Climate Change and Children's Health and Well-Being in the United States. The analyses in this report used existing evidence to establish baselines, project future environmental conditions, and estimate the potential impact on children. One of the consequences of growing up in a warming climate will be increased childhood exposures to PM and ozone. The report estimates that new diagnoses of asthma associated with air pollution exposure will increase by 4 to 11% per year. ED visits and hospital admissions for respiratory conditions will increase, as will school days lost because of these effects. The analysis also projects a rise in infant mortality among newborns. Other impacts on children's health detailed in the report include impaired learning and cognition and increased ED visits due to extreme heat, an increased burden of allergies, a rise in vector-borne diseases, and displacement and psychological stress resulting from wildfires and other extreme weather events. The report concludes with a chapter on what can be done that begins with the statement, many health outcomes from climate change can be prevented or minimized through well-timed and appropriate action. The power sector is the largest stationary source of greenhouse gases, emitting 25% of the overall domestic emissions in 2021. When promulgated, these proposed greenhouse gas standards will be one such action step in the right direction. EPA projects these proposals will cut hundreds of millions of metric tons of carbon pollution from new and existing power plants, as well as tens of thousands of tons of PM, NOx, and sulfur dioxide. These reductions, if fully achieved, can slow the acceleration of climate change and the catastrophic events it creates. Because of the urgency of the growing climate crisis, I strongly urge EPA to expand the number of plants that are covered under this proposal to achieve further reductions in pollution. I also urge the agency to undertake meaningful engagement with communities that live near power plants and are exposed to disproportionate levels of pollution. It's imperative that the use of pollution control technologies put forth in these proposals not worsen air quality and health in vulnerable fence line communities. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any follow-up questions? All right, thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker is Cara Cook. If you would like to unmute, you can state and spell your name and get started.
Thank you. It's Cara, C-A-R-A, last name C-O-O-K. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today. My name is Cara Cook, and I'm the Director of Programs with the Alliance of Nurses for Healthy Environments and also a nurse. We are a national network of nurses and nursing organizations focused at the intersection of human health and the environment. Our organization supports EPA's efforts in proposing standards to limit carbon pollution from power plants. Fossil fuel power plants are one of the largest sources of carbon pollution driving climate change, and the evidence showing the profound risk to health and lives of all Americans from climate change is building. And as nurses, we are already seeing the very real effects of climate change on health. Beyond increasing air quality burdens due to rising temperatures and the increasingly frequent and intense wildfires, climate change is also contributing to and amplifying a wide range of risk, including death and illness from extreme heat and weather events, and increased cases of vector-borne disease. While even healthy adults are at risk from climate change, children, older adults, people living with chronic conditions, low wealth communities, and communities of color experience disproportionate health harms. Climate change is harming health now, and we will create even greater health risks without the necessary action. EPA estimates this proposal will cut 1,617 million metric tons of carbon pollution through 2042 from existing coal and new natural gas plants, as well as an additional 214 to 407 million metric tons. This is critical to slowing climate change and preventing the worst health harms. EPA also estimates this proposal will reduce tens of thousands of fine particulate matter, sulfur dioxide, and nitrogen oxides. These air pollutants can exacerbate existing lung and heart conditions and lead to hospitalizations, missed school and work, and even death. Further, EPA's own analysis shows the impacts that these reductions will have on the health of Americans by delivering 64,000 to 85 billion worth of net health benefits between 2024 and 2042, and avoiding 1,300 premature deaths and 800 hospitalizations. Our organization would like to highlight a few additional points to ensure this proposal is as strong as possible and to mitigate any potential health harms. The two pathways that EPA outlines plants can use to comply with the proposed standards are carbon capture and sequestration, or co-firing with a certain percentage of low greenhouse gas hydrogen. Both of these technologies come with health concerns, and we urge EPA to prioritize the use of hydrogen made from 100% renewable electricity, as opposed to hydrogen that is made from methane, as this offsets emissions and health benefits. The proposed rule should also deliver on the environmental justice commitments laid out in Executive Order 12898. It is imperative that the use of pollution control technologies not worsen air quality due to plants operating more. We also encourage EPA to expand the number of plants that are covered under this proposal, and we support EPA lowering the unit size and capacity factor thresholds to include more gas plants and to strengthen the standards of performance for peaker plants to further achieve pollution reductions. And EPA should establish enforceable compliance milestones across all categories to ensure plants take meaningful steps towards meeting the later compliance deadlines. So in closing, we strongly urge EPA to finalize the strongest possible carbon pollution standards for power plants, and as quickly as possible, no later than spring 2024, to maximize the health benefits of this proposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any clarifying questions? All right, thank you. Our next two speakers are Luz Rada and Michelle Timmons. Looks like you're all ready or you're unmuted. If you'd like to state and spell your name, you can get started.
Yeah. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to testify today. I am Luz Rada, L-U-Z-D-R-A-D-A. I am the program coordinator at Moms Clean Air Force and its Latino engagement program in Comadres, a community of over 1.5 million moms and dads united to protect children from air pollution and climate change. Fossil fuel power plants are a significant source of climate pollution. As we all know, climate change impacts our health and the health of our planet. Fossil fuel power plants are responsible for almost 25% of the climate pollution generated by the US. I support the current calling on the EPA to finalize the strongest possible standards to help protect our family from harmful air pollution that worsens climate change and human health. As a mother of a 6-year-old, I have a moral obligation to him and generations to come to work for a more sustainable planet. Like many little boys with Hispanic roots, Dominic dreams of being a soccer player, and he repeats to me that he wants to be like Lionel Messi. He practiced soccer in his everyday life, and I have not yet found the right words to explain to him the damage that past generations have done to the planet and we continue to do. And for that reason, he cannot go outside and practice some days, because I know firsthand that air pollution and extreme weather can harm his health and development. Today, kids will face many more climate disasters than their grandparents, and that's unfair. The climate crisis will hit kids that they are not in a position to make decisions, while the people who can make the change happen will not face the consequence. We need to do something now. We need stronger standards for carbon emissions, from power plants, because we have a moral obligation to act on a climate for the health of today's children and future generations. EPA proposed standards are a critical step in reducing the climate warming greenhouse emissions that harms our health in many ways. If these regulations are implemented as proposed, they will help to reduce global warming and pollution. Also, it will provide benefits for public health. In 2030 alone, the proposed standards will prevent premature deaths and a significant reduction in hospitals and in emergency room visits. Once again, I support the carbon rule, and I'm calling on the EPA to finalize the strongest possible standards to help protect our family from air pollution that contributes to climate change. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your work today.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any follow-up questions? All right, thank you. Next is Michelle Timmons. Looks like you're unmuted. If you'd like to state and spell your name, you can get started.
It won't let me. I keep trying to start my video. Oh, now it's letting me. There we go.
There you are, yes.
There I am. All right, my name is Michelle Timmons, MiCheleTimmons. And thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am a small business owner, an educational consultant, and one of the very first members of Moms Clean Air Force in Ohio. I am from Reynoldsburg, right outside of Columbus. I support the EPA proposed carbon rule and urge you to finalize the strongest possible standards to protect our families from harmful air pollution that contributes to climate change and impacts health. In addition, the EPA must strengthen community input and safeguards in the final version of this rule. I grew up in Steubenville, Ohio in the 1970s when it was one of America's most polluted cities. And I was one of the children that participated in the Harvard University's famous 6 cities study. I am also the mother of a grown son who has been suffering from asthma since he was 6 months old. My family has spent thousands of hours administering breathing treatments, battling symptoms, going to doctor's appointments, and making late night emergency room runs when his asthma was just out of control. In fact, during his earliest academic career, he lost 10 days of academic instruction per year and had to participate in reading intervention simply due to lost instructional time from asthma. Like my child, more than 150,000 Ohio children struggle with the realities of asthma every day. As a nation, it's critical that we protect our children from all sources of pollution. Fossil fuel power plants are responsible for almost a quarter of the climate pollution generated in the United States. The proposed power plant rule will limit greenhouse gas emissions and other forms of air pollution from new and existing coal and gas-fired power plants. Although the proposed rule is primarily a climate rule, it will also result in the reduction of sulfur dioxide, smog-forming nitrogen oxide, and particle pollution, or soot. Worsened air quality that results from these emissions and changes in seasonal pollen mean more cases of pediatric asthma, more visits to the ER for asthma, and an increase in childhood allergies. This can affect a child's ability to play outdoors safely and have a profound impact on a family's life. The proposed rules would help reduce these emissions and hold power plants accountable for their climate pollution. The rules offer multiple pathways for power plants to reduce their carbon emissions and would avoid up to 617 million metric tons of carbon dioxide through 2042. That is why I support the carbon rule, and I'm calling on the EPA to finalize the strongest possible standards to help protect our families from harmful air pollution that contributes to climate change and impacts health. On behalf of Mom's Clean Air Force and my family, I thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments today and for taking action to protect our children's health.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Any clarifying questions from the panel?
Thank you.
All right, our next two speakers are Elizabeth Del Buono and Raya Salter. Elizabeth, if you would like to unmute and state and spell your name, you can get started.
Great. Can you guys hear me okay? I'm in a hotel lobby.
Yep.
Okay, thank you so much for taking my comment today and for listening to all of us today. I know it's a big investment of time and energy on your part, and we all appreciate it. My name is Dr. Lisa Del Buono, and I'm a recently retired pathologist and current president of Michigan Clinicians for Climate Action, or MICA. MICA is a coalition of health professionals in Michigan shining a light on the human face of the climate crisis. And as a physician, it is clear to me that we're facing a climate health emergency, and it's critical to transition away from polluting fossil fuels as quickly as possible. Poor air quality from the Canadian wildfires is just one example of how the climate crisis is impacting the health of Americans today, and it shines a light on the need to reduce emissions as quickly as possible. Health experts agree that we have to reduce emissions in half by 2030 to avoid the worst health impacts of the crisis. And as you well know, power plants are an enormous source of the climate warming pollution in the country, second only to transportation. As such, I applaud the EPA and encourage them to finalize the strongest version of the standards no later than March 2024. In Michigan, over 50% of electricity is derived from fossil fuels, and those who live in the front line of fossil fuel pollution and extraction have disproportionately suffered the direct and cumulative health impacts of this pollution for decades. The good news is that transitioning away from fossil fuels will save lives and healthcare dollars and improve productivity at work and school. And Dr. Drew Shindell and his team provided excellent projections in a peer-reviewed article in the Proceedings of National Academy of Sciences, which I'll include in my written testimony. Although I applaud the EPA for their efforts, there are three important ways I think that they could strengthen their rules. The first, as has been mentioned by others, is that they need to expand the number of natural gas plants covered by these rules by lowering the threshold for those plants regulated from 300 megawatts to 100. They need to speed up the compliance schedule for existing plants and move the deadline to retire coal plants, They must speed up the compliance schedules of new and existing gas plants and move the deadline to retire coal plants to the very near future. And given the limitations placed on the EPA to regulate within the fence line of the power plants, it's critical that there's early and readily available opportunities for communities living closest to those power plants to provide input, and that there are strict guide rails to protect the health of those communities, including continuous emissions monitoring of the power plants using CCS and co-firing with hydrogen to ensure that they're achieving the carbon pollution reductions that they claim, close monitoring for co-pollutants, safe and permanent sequestration of CO2, and safe CO2 and hydrogen infrastructure for transportation and co-firing. So in summary, I encourage the EPA to pass the strictest guidelines possible as described above, no later than March 2024, and while ensuring the strongest guardrails possible are in place. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony and for providing the study to the docket. Panelists, any follow-up question? All right, thank you so much. Raya Salter, you are up next. Looks like you're unmuted. If you would like, you may turn on your camera and
start my video. Okay, we are sorted. All right, folks can see me and hear me. All right. So thank you so very much. My name is Raya Salter. I'm an attorney and the founder and executive director of the Energy Justice Law and Policy Center, an energy justice think tank and movement center with offices in New York and Alabama. I also serve on the New York State Climate Action Council, the body tasked with writing the scoping plan for New York State's Climate Act, which was also the state precedent for the now national Biden administration Justice 40 Environmental Justice Initiative. I'm an adjunct professor of law at Cardozo Law School and the author of 2018's Energy Justice, and I've testified twice before Congress on the implementation of environmental justice mandates. I strongly support rules to regulate fossil fuel generation. The EPA's proposed new performance standards, however, do not do enough to support of environmental justice and state climate action. New York State's Climate Act and Climate Plan require not only benefit to disadvantaged communities like the J40 does, but that early action be taken to prioritize emissions and co-pollutant reductions in those communities. State climate action must not cause disproportionate burden to disadvantaged communities. And in this context, the modest but widespread reductions in PM levels across all populations cited by the proposed standards are welcome, but they are simply not enough. The EPA must ensure that the proposed standards do not get in the way of early action and environmental justice in New York State. Instead, they should be designed to mandate early action on environmental justice like New York does, and these rules fail on both counts. Further, our state climate plan and law requires the closure of the dirtiest fossil fuel plants in New York City, the retirement of fossil fuel facilities in New York State, and for so-called renewable alternative fuels like certain hydrogen applications. New York's climate plan, we're moving away from combustion, and our climate plan envisions at best a limited role for so-called alternative fuels like certain hydrogen applications. This is due to the scientific community's well-documented conclusions that many of these technologies are not feasible, safe, or cost-effective. It's also due, as the EPA proposed rule highlight, due to serious environmental justice concerns, including concerns that certain hydrogen and CCS applications could prolong or even worsen the negative impacts of proximate fossil fuel generation to frontline communities. The proposed rules do not adequately address these concerns or help New York's trajectory away from combustion. First, they don't address the smaller, least efficient, and dirtiest plants that cause some of the most harm. We know cumulatively emissions from a greater number of smaller plants is higher than for the largest plants covered by the rule. Another serious concern is that the proposed rules acknowledge that frontline communities are vulnerable. And again, the EPA's remedy is meaningful stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder engagement is not a substitute for equal protection and enforcement of law and regulation. This is the responsibility of the EPA. The EPA must not allow projects to move forward where they will cause disproportionate burden for frontline communities, as is required by New York law. Next, it's critical that in the context of these performance standards, the EPA commits to more accurately accounting for methane for the production of oil and gas. According to the IEA, the US and other nations currently underestimate this methane, and the EPA should consistently use the 20-year global warming potential metric for methane, as is done in New York and other states, which more accurately accounts for methane's impacts. This is the metric that the EPA is using when President Biden made his pledge at COP27 last year, stating that methane is a potent greenhouse gas that traps about 80 times as much heat as carbon dioxide on average over the first 20 years after it meets the atmosphere, responsible for 1/3 of the warming from GHGs occurring today. Don't miss the opportunity to adopt more accurate standards and hold the oil and gas industry accountable for the emissions they cause. Please take definitive action now to ensure these rules do not exacerbate environmental justice or delay progressive state action. Thank you.
Thank you. Panelists, any follow-up questions? All right. Thank you so much for your testimony today. I'm not seeing the next two speakers in the chat. Is my chat frozen?
Sit tight. We'll get something in there in just a minute.
All right, looks like our next two speakers are Kiara Rutherford and Trevor Summerfield. Kiara, I see you with your camera on. If you'd like to unmute, you can begin your testimony by stating and spelling your name.
Hi, my name is Kiara, Kiara Rutherford, Rutherford. Good morning. My name is Kiara Rutherford, and I am the Director of Partner Engagement for the Climate Action Campaign. I'm here today to testify in support of the strongest possible carbon pollution standards for coal and new gas-fired power plants. As a Black woman and a new mother to Alina, my 3-month-old baby girl, I'm acutely aware of the disproportionate impacts that air pollution and climate change have on expectant mothers, their fetuses, and the tiny sensitive lungs of newborn babies. Black women are more likely to live in areas that are already polluted, and we are less likely to have access to the resources that can help us cope with the effects of climate change. Fossil-fueled power plants, like the Capitol Power Plant not far from our home, emit large amounts of carbon pollution, which can cause a variety of health problems, including asthma, heart disease, and cancer. My daughter is already at risk for these health problems because she is a Black child, which means she is more likely to be exposed to pollution. I acknowledge my privilege as someone who has access to excellent healthcare and resources, but many in my community do not share my experience. As a resident of the predominantly Black Ward 7 in Washington, D.C., the life expectancy is 10 years lower than that for white residents in high-income areas. With poverty rates as high as 34% compared with the city's average of 16%, Ward 7 is also more prone to heat, floods, and health impacts that are exacerbated by climate change. 1 in 6 Washington, D.C. residents have asthma, but children living in predominantly Black communities have 20 to 25 times more asthma-related emergency department visits than children in predominantly white communities. The proposed rule to cut carbon pollution from power plants would help protect my daughter and other children in our community from the harmful effects of climate change. It would also help to reduce the number of asthma attacks, heart attacks, and cancer cases that occur each year. I urge President Biden and Administrator Regan to adopt the proposed rule to cut carbon pollution from power plants. This is a critical step that we must take to protect our children and our planet. They must finalize the strongest possible standard to put the United States on track to meet the President's pledge to cut carbon pollution in half by 2030. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any follow-ups? All right, thank you. Next is Trevor Summerfield.
Good morning,
Like to-
everybody.
Oh, you're already ready. Go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Trevor, Trevor Summerfield, Summerfield. I am here today as a private citizen, resident of the village of Canajoharie in the Mohawk Valley of New York. I'd like to thank the Environmental Protection Agency for proposing standards to limit carbon pollution from power plants. I urge you to strengthen the rule further and to ensure adequate enforcement and engagement with communities. Most of us take a great sense of pride in where we come from, and I am no different. The cultural diversity, energy, the food, the entertainment, all things people marvel at, whether you live in or are visiting New York. New York, with the city that boasts it never sleeps, is often associated with its bustling streets and towering skyscrapers. However, beyond the city limits, New York boasts magnificent natural landscapes. The Adirondack Mountains beckon adventurers with their snow-capped peaks, crystal clear lakes, and dense forests. Niagara Falls, a true marvel of nature, mesmerizes with its sheer power and breathtaking beauty. And to the south, the serene Finger Lakes region offers a tranquil escape dotted with vineyards, rolling hills, and shimmering waters. Summers in New York that we're starting now bring vibrant warmth. Parks along the waterfronts come alive with laughter as families and friends gather for picnics, basking in the sun after what is usually a long winter. Baseball is wrapping up, prom season was underway, and even in grade school, you shared some final moments with friends on the playground before you departed for summer. Those were the backdrops to a lot of great memories for me in what have always been tradition for a lot of New York families. But the backbone to all of that was clean, healthy air. Air that, according to the American Lung Association's State of the Air report, is some of the cleanest in the nation. If it wasn't for that, I'd have far different memories. Memories like others today who are seeing their final games of the season canceled, prom venues and plans altered at the last minute, and children having to spend their final days of school indoors. Over the last week, many New Yorkers have experienced the worst air quality of their lives. And while air pollution comes from many different sources, we know that carbon dioxide emissions from power plants are a major contributor to climate change, which consequently impacts air quality and lung health. Simply put, pollution from power plants is worsening climate change and accelerating health harms. Climate change is already harming Americans' health. Worsened air quality from wildfire smoke, increased risk of higher ozone pollution, stronger extreme weather events, and increased spread of diseases put health and lives at risk. Everyone's health could be impacted, but some groups are particularly at risk of suffering from the health harms of climate change. Children, the elderly, people who work outside, individuals with pre-existing health conditions, low-wealth communities, and communities of color often experience disproportionate health harms stemming from climate change. EPA projects these proposals will cut 617 million metric tons of carbon pollution through 2042 from existing coal and new natural gas fleets, as well as an additional 214 to 407 million metric tons from the existing gas fleet. These reductions, if fully achieved, means we can slow the acceleration of climate change and the catastrophic events it creates. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify regarding the proposed standards to limit carbon pollution from power plants. I appeal to you to strengthen the rule further, ensure adequate enforcement and engage with communities, and urge EPA to finalize the rule no later than spring 2024, not just for New Yorkers, but for everyone that calls the United States of America home.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any clarifying questions? All right, thank you very much. Our next two speakers will be Karin Stein and Patricia McKellop. All right, like to state and spell your name, you can get started.
Yes, allow me just to pull up my testimony here. My name is Karin Stein, that's spelled Karinstein. I live in Central Iowa, and I'm Iowa coordinator for Moms Clean Air Force, a national organization that fights every day to protect our children from air pollution and the climate crisis. We also fight for environmental justice. I do support the carbon rule, and I'm calling on the EPA to implement the strongest possible standards for power plants. I think about the climate crisis regularly, almost every day. I'm often filled with anguish when I think about what my daughters' lives will be like when I'm no longer here to help. They're adult now. Will they lose their homes? Will they have enough to eat? Will new diseases and more frequent pandemics rob them of their lives' potential? Will they watch their loved ones die from the consequences of climate change? Will governments be unable to manage the chaos that could ensue from major, relentless climate disasters? These are no longer topics for science fiction movies. You and I know that these could easily become real-life scenarios in the decades to come. I watch how the climate crisis affects all the places where I have lived and where I have loved ones, mostly in Latin America and here in the United States. My brother and sister are struggling on our family farm in Costa Rica, in part because of climate change. My cousin in Colombia is experiencing the same problem on his farm. In Iowa, we keep experiencing ever-increasing severe storms. A massive derecho storm during the pandemic destroyed buildings and cornfields and caused an estimated $11 billion in economic damage in half an hour. A month ago, we had a severe hailstorm that once again caused millions of dollars in damage in my area. My house was spared the worst, but we have to replace our roof, which is new. With major insurance companies declaring they will no longer insure new property in California because of climate change, when will this happen in Iowa? It is a matter of time and will be left to our own devices to deal with the fallout of the climate crisis. We desperately need rules that make us safer, faster. Furthermore, the greenhouse gases that travel into the atmosphere from our power plants here in Iowa enter the global atmosphere and contribute to making the lives of my siblings and cousins abroad less safe every day. The EPA's proposed carbon rule will make sure that the US, which is the second biggest emitter of greenhouse gases in the world, becomes a better neighbor. Finally, I'd like to express my concern about something that has great potential for becoming an environmental justice issue right here in Iowa, the construction of pipelines to transport carbon dioxide from CCS sites. I realize the CCS pipelines proposed for Iowa are for ethanol processing plants and not for power plants, but these pipelines will transport CO2 nonetheless, so our concerns mirror those of other communities facing possible CO2 pipelines. One of them, the one proposed by a company called Navigator CO2 Ventures, will cut diagonally through my county, Jasper County, and its center line will pass between 10 to 30 miles from my house, judging from the map the company has published. How safe will I be if that pipeline ruptures? How will family farms around me be affected, farms that have been fighting an uphill battle for survival for decades now? Who will protect frontline communities around the country from CCS systems that have not been tested on a large scale? I support the EPA's proposed carbon rule, and I also call on the EPA to strengthen community input and safeguards in the final version of this rule. Power plants that use CCS pipelines as part of their carbon reduction plan have to be responsible for keeping humans safe and keeping environmental justice principles at the forefront of how they operate. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any clarifying questions? All right, thank you so much. Next, we have Patricia McKellop.
Good morning. My name is Patricia McKellop, Patricia, MC, capital KELLOP. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of the EPA's regulations. I am from rural Crawford County in northwestern Pennsylvania. I am a trained wildlife biologist who used to work with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and I am currently a high school biology and ecology teacher and have been so for 27 years at Titusville High School. I'm an avid outdoor person who has been much disappointed and affected by changes in climate and air quality. And for the first time in my life, I have found myself thinking a very selfish thought, and that has been, how many more years will I be alive? And maybe I will be gone before we see the worst impacts from climate change. And then I think of my 14-year-old daughter, and my heart aches. And I think of all the other people, not only in our country, but in our world. But I would also like to speak now from the perspective of a teacher who works with our youth and young adults. I have noticed an increased expression of helplessness and lack of hope among my students the father of my top ecology student and actually one of the top students in our high school. The father told me in February at a swim meet that his son said, "I don't know if I can save the world, Dad." He was not joking. Students more and more are saying, well, does it really matter? Because everything will be gone anyway. I try to emphasize the progress that is being made, that they are well aware that the clock is ticking. In the school environment, we are constantly urging our children to live a healthy lifestyle. We encourage them not to smoke, not to vape, not to do drugs. Yet what kind of example do we set when we put economic aspirations ahead of them, when we don't do our utmost to keep our air clean or to prevent runaway climate change? The hypocrisy must stop. If we truly believe that our children are our best resource, then we must do everything possible to provide them with a safe and sustainable climate now and in the future. I strongly urge you to adopt and enforce the strongest regulations to prevent further damage to our air quality and our climate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Panelists, any follow-ups for Patricia? All right, thank you so much. Our next two speakers will be Lindsay Garcia and Andres Restrepo. Lindsay, it looks like your camera's on. If you'd like to unmute, you can get started.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about this important rule. My name is Lindsay Garcia, LINDSAY GARCIA. I am the Director of Communications for the Evangelical Environmental Network and Young Evangelicals for Climate Action, and I live in Denver, Colorado. As a Christian compelled by the biblical values of caring for God's creation and loving my neighbor as myself, I strongly support the EPA's proposed standards to significantly cut carbon pollution from coal and natural gas-fired power plants. These safeguards will defend the health and lives of our communities, while also preventing the worst effects of human-caused climate change. As the second largest source of carbon pollution in the US and the producer of roughly 25% of our nation's climate pollution, power plants and their impact on human health and future generations must be addressed as soon as possible. As someone with asthma who also loves spending time outside, I know clean, safe air is not something we can take for granted. Whether I'm riding my bike past the power plants that are built up against the edge of Denver's South Platte River, or staying inside on days with unhealthy air quality due to wildfire smoke, I am constantly aware of the negative consequences of carbon pollution on my health and the well-being of my community. According to the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences, poor air quality as a result of climate change can harm respiratory and cardiovascular systems. And these health impacts include hypertension, coronary artery disease, heart attack, and stroke. In addition to climate warming carbon, power plants also emit pollutants such as PM2.5 or soot, which is linked to many serious health conditions and chronic conditions, including asthma, heart disease, Parkinson's disease, dementia, low birth weight, a heightened risk of preterm birth, and higher rates of infant mortality. Fortunately, the benefits of the EPA's proposed safeguards are equally staggering, as they are estimated to prevent 1,300 premature deaths, 800 hospital and ER visits, more than 300,000 asthma attacks, 38,000 school absences, and 66,000 lost work days in the year 2030 alone. In addition to saving lives, the standards are estimated to yield huge savings, with nearly $85 billion in health and climate benefits over the next 2 decades, relative to only $10 billion in total compliance costs. It is tragic and frankly unacceptable that power plant pollution is causing children to miss school, sending people to the hospital, and even cutting lives short. What is more, my generation and the generations that follow will be forced to grapple and are already faced with the ever-increasing effects of climate change due to carbon emissions. It is past time for power generators to be held to higher standards, and if the industry is unwilling to do this voluntarily, it is the duty of the EPA to step in. Our climate and communities cannot wait. The EPA must act by early 2024 to finalize the strongest possible standards to cut climate pollution from power plants. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any clarifying questions? All right, thank you so much. All right, next we have Andres Restrepo. It looks like you're ready to go, so the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Hi, my name is Andres Restrepo, A-N-D-R-E-S, R-E-S-T-R-E-P-O, and I'm a senior attorney with Sierra Club. I appreciate this opportunity to voice Sierra Club's strong support for stringent greenhouse gas standards for new and existing power plants under Section 111 of the Clean Air Act. In 2021, the U.S. electric sector emitted over 1.5 billion tons of carbon dioxide. This figure exceeds the total CO2 emissions of all countries on Earth other than China, India, Russia, and the United States itself. In fact, it exceeds the combined CO2 emissions of 150 of the world's countries. Without deep and immediate cuts to these emissions, we will be unable to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. It's therefore long past due for EPA not just to control these emissions from the power sector, but to achieve maximal reductions within the confines of the law. EPA's proposed carbon pollution standards reflect a powerful step towards controlling those emissions, one that's fully consistent with the Supreme Court's opinion last year in West Virginia v. EPA. In that case, the court held that EPA's selection of the best system of emission reduction for existing power plants could not include measures that force plants to operate less often, but could only include measures that require EPA or that require plants to emit less CO2 when they operate. That's precisely the nature of the best system measures EPA has included in this proposal. The agency has, however, and appropriately so, provided the option of a more lenient best system for units that select nearer term retirement dates and in some cases that limit their output. This structure entirely accords with West Virginia and represents, for Sierra Club's standpoint, an opportunity for utilities to accelerate their transition away from fossil fuel-fired electricity and towards renewable options like wind and solar. Sierra Club does believe the carbon pollution standard should be strengthened in a number of important regards. We will be submitting comprehensive technical and legal comments laying forth our views on this, but I want to share a few items here. First, EPA has imposed minimal obligations for low-load combustion turbines, commonly known as peakers, and has yet defined these as any units operating at annual capacity factors of up to 20%. This number is far too high and doesn't reflect any average daily limits. EPA must reduce it to no more than 10%, which is much more consistent with the actual peaking application, and limit the average daily hours for such units. EPA must also require that most efficient simple cycle technology for those peakers. The modest additional costs do not justify our failure to maximize the emission reductions for those units. Secondly, the agency's best system for intermediate load turbines, which are those operating at capacity factors between 20 and approximately 50%, is, as a baseline matter, premised on the use of simple cycle technology. This leads to an initial CO2 standard that's 50% higher than it would be if the standard were based on combined cycle units. There's simply no reason for EPA to permit simple cycle units to operate in anything other than peaking mode. In 2021, the average simple cycle unit operated at around just 725 hours per year, and over 3/4 of such units operated below 1,000 hours. While a much smaller number of units operated at higher capacity factors, this is exactly the sort of practice that EPA's rule should prohibit. Instead, highly efficient fast start combined technology can substitute for such units with greater environmental outcomes. As for existing combustion turbines, the agency has limited standard only to units that are 300 megawatts or larger in capacity and that operate at 50% or more capacity factors. We encourage EPA to explore every effort to reduce this threshold. Total CO2 emissions from existing gas plants are now nearly on par with emissions from existing coal plants. In fact, in February of this year, the nation's coal fleet and gas fleet both emitted 48 million metric tons. Yet a sizable majority of these gas-fired units will not be subject to requirements under the proposed standards. We strongly urge EPA to explore every avenue to expand the scope of coverage for these sources. We will be submitting more comments in our technical and legal letter to the agency. Thank you for this opportunity to share our views on this important rule, and we look forward to our fuller submission later on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Panelists, any follow-up? All right, thank you for your testimony. Before I call the next two speakers, I would just like to add that we may be able to accommodate some additional speakers throughout the course of today's hearing. If you're interested in being added to today's wait list, please email our registration support team. Our logistics team will drop that email address into the Zoom chat. If you are watching via YouTube, the email should be displayed on your screen. Please note that a new wait list will be started at the beginning of each hearing day. We cannot guarantee everyone on the wait list will have a chance to speak today, but we will do our best to accommodate as many additional speakers as possible. Your interest in this proposal is important to us. EPA considers all comments equally, whether submitted in writing to the docket or given orally at a public hearing. As a reminder, you can submit your written comments on this proposal through August 8th. All right, so with that, our next speakers are Natalia Ekberg and Jamie Butler. Natalia, if you are here.
I am here and I am unable to start the videos. Oh, now, okay, now I can.
It's okay. You don't have to if you don't want to, but
Right.
the floor is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Natalia Ekberg. I'm a volunteer of Moms Clean Air Force from Arvada, Colorado. I strongly support the EPA's proposal to limit carbon emissions from fossil fuels power plants and ask that EPA finalizes the standards as quickly as possible. A recent podcast episode with climate journalist David Schuchman really resonated with me when he shared this an idea that current generation of parents of young children is uniquely in uniquely difficult position and deserves sympathy and support for unprecedented climate threats for our futures, for our kids' futures. And as a parent, I feel the threat constantly. For example, I have to check air quality in my community daily before deciding on letting my children play outside or engage in sports. And I do this for a good reason. My county received an F grade from American Lung Association. Front Range area of Denver, where I live, Colorado, sorry, where I live, is considered a severe violator of federal ozone standards by EPA. And the recent State of the Air report by American Lung Association put Denver's on 7th place among the most polluted cities in the United States for particle pollution and ozone. And in addition, recent fires from Canada showed a vast US population what catastrophic consequences global warming fueled by burning fossil fuels brings. My family diligently checked air quality in May and kept our children inside missing a soccer game, which is becoming a new reality for a lot of parents. This year, I also had to send an engorged tick that I found on my child's head in January for a lab test to check for Lyme disease test. Thankfully, this time we were lucky, but the correlation between global warming and Lyme disease makes me very, very worried. At 2 degrees of warming, at the 2 degrees of warming, EPA projects there will be 2,600 new cases of Lyme disease in children each year. And this is just an example that American families today are already experiencing, in addition to other problems that lead to chronic worry and uncomfortable conversation about climate change realities with my children, and creates a mental health concern for my family and other families around me. Today's adults have a moral responsibilities to act now to protect the well-being of our children and future generations. Fossil fuel power plants are responsible for almost 1/4 of the climate pollution generated by US and threatens our lives. I support the carbon rule and am calling on EPA to finalize the strongest possible standards. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any follow-ups? All right, Jamie Butler, it looks like you are ready to go. If you'd like to unmute, you can state and spell your name and get started.
Okay, hello. My name is Jamie Butler, that's JAIMEBUTLER, and I'm the Communications Associate at Evangelical Environmental Network and Young Evangelicals for Climate Action. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for considering stronger greenhouse gas emission standards for fossil fuel-based power plants. As an evangelical Christian, I believe in and seek to practice our moral and biblical mandate to defend the life and health of all people. This very much includes protection from harmful power plant pollution and the dangerous impacts of climate-fueled extreme weather events. I'm speaking today because I know that in order to love God and love my neighbor well, I must act on climate change and prioritize creation care. Climate change is driving more frequent and intense extreme weather events, from hurricanes to heat waves to wildfires to flooding. Communities across the country are experiencing the impacts of the climate crisis firsthand. 90% of US counties, home to more than 300 million Americans, suffered a climate-related disaster in the last decade. It saddens me to hear in the news and see myself and those close to me experience the negative impacts of extreme weather events that I know could be mitigated by cutting greenhouse gas emissions. My family experienced extreme weather firsthand when in 2019, a massive macroburst thunderstorm devastated the woods of northern Wisconsin, where many of my relatives live. Trees fell on the roof of my aunt and uncle's house, causing them to have to rebuild an entire section of their home. The forests in that area are decimated, and an environment that I love so dearly is not the same. EEN staff was recently together in DC, and we did some visioning and dreaming for what a sustainable, pollution-free future would look like and how we could help accomplish that vision. Like little kids, we talked excitedly about the peace and joy we would feel in 2100 if we actually were to accomplish this goal. It was beautifully life-giving and motivating. We walked out from that meeting to hazy, grayish orange skies, coughing fits, and irritated eyes due to smoke from Canadian wildfires. I'm sure you all can relate when I say I was immediately humbled and reminded of the consequences of our inaction and the importance of this work. We have a long way to go in achieving that idealistic world we envisioned, but this could be a significant step. Passing these new standards can make a positive impact economically as well. The immense cost of the damage and impact from these storms means that climate inaction is costing Americans at least $5,230 per second. The proposed standard is a critically important step, but to truly defend the health and safety of all God's children, I urge the EPA to strengthen the rule, specifically by requiring more plants to achieve greater cuts to carbon pollutions on the fastest possible timeline in order to protect public health. Creating a process for rigorous monitoring, verification, and enforcement, both on safeguards and on individual projects, as well as engagement with communities to further advance community protection and input. And for facilities choosing to install carbon capture and sequestration technologies, monitoring and enforcement of any emissions or leaks must be required. The Biden administration must move swiftly to update requirements outside of EPA air authorities to ensure any such projects are held to the highest health and safety standards, lead to permanent sequestration without leaks or damaging earthquakes, and do not present additional harms to nearby communities at the fence line or along pipelines. We have the opportunity with these new standards to make a huge positive impact on public health and safety. We must help those enduring the worst of climate-fueled extreme weather events caused by copious amounts of greenhouse gas emissions. These standards have the potential to save lives. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any clarifying questions? All right, thank you so much for your testimony today. Our next two speakers will be Julia Nuckley and Dan Bacall. Julia, I'm sure I said your name incorrectly, so please correct me and you can spell it for the record.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Julia Nuckley, Julia-Nakleh. I'm from Collegeville, Pennsylvania. I volunteer with several climate organizations because I see the effects of the climate crisis all around us, including the latest direct impact of wildfire smoke, which made it hard for people, including my children, to breathe. The sooner we act, the sooner we can reduce the impact of climate change, not only for us, but for future generations as well. Thank you for proposing a rule to regulate carbon dioxide emissions from power plants. The Electrify Everything movement is a big part of tackling climate change, but it won't do anything without a comparable reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from power plants. That is why this regulation is so critical. I have made progress towards electrifying my house. We have 2 electric vehicles, an electric lawnmower, and we most recently installed a heat pump. But all that will be for naught if the electricity we use to power those items is generated by fossil fuels. The rule needs to be finalized quickly so power plants will start making these changes as soon as possible. The rule needs to be expanded to cover all power plants, regardless of size and usage. All carbon emissions contribute to climate change, so all carbon emissions should be regulated. With the rule the way it is written now, what is to prevent companies from just shifting their production to smaller plants and using them just under the threshold? These smaller plants are often dirtier, less efficient, produce more health-harming air pollution such as NOx, and are more likely to be near environmental justice communities. This could result in an increase in emissions instead of a reduction, as well as negative health impacts to surrounding communities. The timeline for compliance needs to be sped up for all subcategories. New plants should be built with 90% emissions reduction from the start. Otherwise, new plants are going to be coming online that increase greenhouse gas emissions rather than reducing them at a time when it is most urgent to be drawing down emissions. For existing gas plants, full compliance needs to be moved up. We have a small window of time to make the most impact on climate change reduction. We can't wait for 10 or more years to make these changes. The retirement dates for coal plants needs to be moved up significantly. Letting them linger with little to no regulation is missing the chance to rein in the worst polluters. Your regulatory timelines are so long that in the future, they most likely won't make sense. 10 years from now, power plants are going to be following rules based on 10-year-old technology. That just doesn't seem right. I would like to see more power plants replaced with renewables coupled with storage. Wind and solar are well-developed technologies that have become more and more cost-effective over time. Storage is just coming on stage with many exciting possibilities out there, such as iron air batteries, molten salt storage, and many more. All of these are promising technologies that will also become more cost-effective with scale. And who knows what other technologies lie on the horizon that reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Take advantage of the high-powered connection these plants have with the grid and get on the path of replacing the old technology with the new, instead of doing slight improvements around the margins with CCS or hydrogen. We cannot let prior investments get in the way of doing what is right, replacing fossil fuel-fired power plants with renewable energy combined with storage. I understand the EPA's hands are tied in how you write your regulations, but anything the EPA can do to shift our electricity generation away from fossil fuels is sorely needed. Once again, I urge this administration to finalize the strongest carbon standards possible by requiring emission reductions from all power plants on a shorter timeline. Climate change is here today. The time to act is now. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any clarifying questions? All right. Next, we have Dan Bacall.
Hello. My name is Dan Bacall, spelled D-A-N-B-A-K-A-L. I'm the Senior Program Director of Climate and Energy at Ceres. Ceres is a nonprofit organization working with businesses and investors to solve the world's greatest sustainability challenges. First, we want to thank the EPA for its proposed updates to the greenhouse gas standards for fossil fuel power plants. The climate crisis continues to unfold before us and necessitates a significant transition of the power sector toward clean energy. These standards for new and existing plants are an important step in the right direction. In order to maximize public health benefits and meaningfully curb greenhouse gas emissions, we urge the EPA to move forward with these standards quickly and consider strengthening them in three key areas. First, expanding the affected power plants. Second, accelerating compliance schedules. And third, upholding environmental justice by ensuring community input throughout their implementation. Ceres works with leading companies across several industry sectors who are united to advance effective climate policy and spur the transition to a just and inclusive clean energy economy. Most of the companies we engage with have already committed to reducing their own greenhouse gas emissions to protect the health of the American public and safeguard the nation's economic well-being in the face of climate change. Companies across a multitude of sectors are making commitments to reduce their emissions and promote a sustainable path forward for the people and the economy, and they need strong policies to support their efforts. Ceres feels strongly that the EPA's proposed standards are achievable and will provide clarity that the electric power sector needs. The power sector makes up 25% of U.S. carbon emissions, with power plants being the second biggest source of greenhouse gas emissions nationwide. Reducing these greenhouse gas emissions will also lower other air pollutants such as particulate matter, sulfur dioxide, and nitrogen oxides. As such, the proposed standards will result in $85 billion in net climate and health benefits and prevent 1,300 premature deaths and over 300,000 cases of asthma attacks by 2030. As it stands, the proposed standards address only the largest baseload plants with 300 megawatts of capacity and that run for over 50% of the year. We urge the EPA to consider thresholds as low as 100 megawatts and also lower capacity factors. The current proposed deadlines for compliance with these rules are 2030, 2035, or later. We encourage the EPA to consider earlier deadlines for new gas plants as well as for existing coal plants. Finally, to truly protect and improve public health, the EPA must actively seek out and incorporate community input in every step of the implementation process. Communities that will be affected by these rules must have the opportunity to engage and provide feedback. The historic investments flowing from the Inflation Reduction Act have reduced costs for businesses to accelerate their ability to meet their clean energy and clean transportation goals. Companies are already seizing the opportunities to transition to affordable American-made clean energy, maximize the savings from energy efficiency, and grow their electric vehicle fleets. We urge the EPA to consider strengthening these standards to the maximum extent feasible, and we look forward to engaging with you on this issue and working together to advance these standards. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony today. Panelists, any clarifying questions? All right, our next two speakers will be Victoria Gobo and Lisa Jacobson. Victoria, if you'd like to unmute, you can get started.
Hello, my name is Victoria Goebel, V-I-C-T-O-R-I-A, Goebel, G-O-E-B-E-L, and I serve as the National Organizer and Spokesperson for Young Evangelicals for Climate Action, YECA. Thank you for the opportunity to speak out today. YECA has engaged over 25,000 young Christians who have taken action to address climate as part of our faith. We are called to love God and love our neighbor, and that includes taking action to reduce harmful pollution that has lasting impacts on the health and well-being of our communities. My faith compels me to uphold justice, to care for communities that have been marginalized, and to defend life. That is why YECA supports the EPA's new carbon pollution standards for fossil fuel-fired power plants, and we urge the EPA to finalize the strongest rule possible. Micah 6:8 calls us to act justly, and we cannot do that while ignoring the reality of the climate crisis and the very real impacts of pollution. For far too long, our communities have been burdened by environmental injustice caused by fossil fuel pollution. The fossil fuel industry has continued to profit while our neighbors pay the price. According to the American Lung Association, more than 1 in 3 Americans live in places with unhealthy levels of pollution. What's more, it is communities living on the fence lines of power plants and other marginalized communities that face the most severe impacts of carbon pollution. In 2021, the EPA released a peer-reviewed study that showed communities of color are expected to see more loss of health, employment, and life from climate change than the US population as a whole. The power sector is the second largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in the US, making cutting power plant pollution a critical solution to climate change. 90% of US counties, home to more than 300 million people, suffered a climate-related disaster in the last decade. In 2021 alone, more than 80% of Americans experienced a heat wave. Heat waves are the deadliest climate-related disaster in the US, leading to over 12,000 deaths each year, and this number will only grow if we do not act. Thankfully, this proposal is a hopeful step in the right direction. The proposed standards will prevent 1,300 premature deaths, 800 hospital and ER visits, more than 300,000 asthma attacks, 38,000 school absences, and 66,000 lost workdays in the year 2030 alone. In addition to saving lives, the standards are estimated to yield huge savings, with nearly $85 billion in health and climate benefits over the next 2 decades, relative to only $10 billion in total compliance costs. The EPA has the authority and responsibility to protect our communities from climate change and deadly pollution. In fact, the very mission of the EPA requires it. The proposed standard is a critically important step, but to truly protect the health and safety of our communities, I urge the EPA to strengthen the rule specifically by requiring more plants to achieve greater cuts to carbon pollution on the fastest possible timeline, creating a process for rigorous monitoring, verification, and enforcement, and engagement with communities, both on safeguards and on individual projects, to further advance community protection and input. And for facilities choosing to install carbon capture and sequestration technologies, rigorous monitoring and enforcement of any emissions or leaks must be required. The Biden administration must move swiftly to update requirements outside of EPA air authorities to ensure that any such projects are held at the highest health and safety standards, lead to permanent sequestration without leaks or damaging earthquakes, and do not present additional harms to nearby communities at the fence line or along pipelines. Thank you again for this opportunity, and I will be sure to submit these comments along with my citations.
Thank you so much. Panelists, any follow-up questions? All right, thank you so much. Next, we have Lisa Jacobson.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Lisa Jacobson, President of the Business Council for Sustainable Energy. Lisa Jacobson is spelled Jacobson. Thank you for the opportunity to share some preliminary views from the Business Council for Sustainable Energy on this proposed rule. The Council advocates for energy and environmental policies that promote the deployment of a broad portfolio of clean, efficient, and sustainable energy products and services. Since its founding in 1992, the Council has supported federal policy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to support a more resilient energy system. BCSE has urged Congress to pass legislation to address climate change and is pleased that several provisions of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act provide historic, broad-based policy support for greenhouse gas emissions reductions through research, development, demonstration, and deployment, tax incentives, and programmatic funding. And with the market signals provided by federal, state, and local policies, combined with the impactful private sector leadership efforts, the U.S. power sector has significantly reduced its greenhouse gas emissions. According to the Business Council's 2023 Sustainable Energy in America Fact Book, the U.S. power sector has reduced its emissions 35% compared to 2005 levels, and economy-wide emissions are down 13% from 2005 levels. This has been achieved by a broad portfolio of technologies and resources spanning energy efficiency, natural gas, and renewable energy. Understanding this important progress, more needs to be done to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. The Council advocates for a legislative approach to address climate change, but supports EPA's efforts to propose a national carbon pollution standard. BCSE is working with its members to develop comments on the proposal, but is pleased to share some high-level perspectives today. First, BCSE supports opportunities to provide flexibility in the carbon pollution standard to allow for cost-effective compliance that maintains affordable and reliable electricity for businesses and households. Regulations should be set in a manner that sends strong market signals to decarbonize the power sector and that allows covered units to decide their own technology pathway. Many states and utilities have already adopted power sector decarbonization goals. It is our hope and expectation that EPA's regulation will not hinder their ability to proceed with their existing plans. BCSE notes that EPA's existing source proposal allows states to utilize trading and averaging in state implementation plans. BCSE has questions about how these provisions will be implemented. Again, flexibility is imperative. BCSE was pleased to see that EPA acknowledges that existing sources may have more constraints with implementing compliance pathways, especially in sync with the proposed compliance timelines. Further, BCSE would note that entities implementing compliance pathways may encounter supply chain, permitting, and other delays that are not in control of the states or regulated units. The federal government, including EPA, can assist in overcoming these challenges by enhancing coordination between agencies and by enacting critical federal permitting and siting reforms that will allow energy infrastructure to be built. Thank you for the opportunity to share the Council's views, and BCSE commends the Environmental Protection Agency's work in this area. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any clarifying questions? All right, with that, our next speaker will be Julie Novell.
Excellent. Okay, well, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Julie Novell, and I'm a member of Moms Clean Air Force. I am from New Albany, Ohio, and I strongly support the EPA's proposal to limit carbon emissions from fossil fuel power plants, and I ask that the EPA finalize these standards as quickly as possible. I never gave much thought to climate change or air quality until my son Anthony was 5 years old, playing Little League baseball and enjoying summers outside with his friends. My family learned during the summer of 2006 that Anthony suffers from asthma and that the outdoor air quality determines his quality of life and if he is able to enjoy outdoor sports and activities during summer months. He has been hospitalized for complications from respiratory illness and has missed school and sports when the outdoor air makes him sick and vulnerable. Just last week in central Ohio, like most of the Midwest and Eastern United States, we were under air quality alerts for 3 days because of Canadian wildfire smoke. My son is now 14 years old, entering high school this fall as an offensive lineman on the football team, saxophone player in the marching band, and catcher for the freshman baseball team. His involvement in school-sponsored sports and activities is an important predictor of his success in high school and his satisfaction with life. This involvement depends on the quality of the air he breathes. It is my mission to help make sure his quality of life is good and that our environment gives him and his friends the opportunity to thrive. This brings me to the EPA's proposed standards to reduce power plant emissions. Is the corporate headquarters of American Electric Power, one of the largest electricity energy companies in the US. And while their portfolio includes power plants run by fossil fuels, they are investing in clean energy with a goal of reducing emissions by 80% by the year 2030. As we all work to reduce climate pollution, we have to recognize that 25% of it is caused by power generation. In conclusion, I support the carbon rule and am calling on the EPA to finalize the strongest possible standards to help protect our families from harmful air pollution that contributes to climate change and impacts our health. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to talk to you today.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any clarifying questions or follow-up? All right. Do we have any more registered speakers?
We are checking our emails and phone lines right now. Please wait.
All right. We will wait patiently. All right, my name is Daryl Weatherhead, and I have been chairing this hearing session. I want to thank everyone who has shared comments so far today on EPA's proposed action. At this time, we're going to take a short recess, and we'll resume at the time that is shown on the slide that will be put up here in just a minute. So everyone take a short break. Thank you. Hello, my name is Daryl Weatherhead, and I have been chairing this hearing session. I want to thank my fellow panelists, everyone who offered testimony today, and everyone who took the time out of their schedules to listen to today's hearing on EPA's proposed GHG standards and guidelines for fossil fuel power plants. I also want to thank all the support staff who make these hearings happen. As a reminder, you can submit written comments on this proposal through August 8th. We will now take a recess, and the next session will begin at 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you.
I met him once. I was at a concert and the gecko helped me when my car broke down. With the Geico app, emergency roadside service.
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome to the public hearing for EPA's proposed greenhouse gas standards and guidelines for fossil fuel fired power plants. My name is Nick Hudson, and I'm the group leader for the Energy Strategies Group in EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards in the Office of Air and Radiation. And I will be chairing this session of the virtual public hearing. During today's hearing, we will take comment on EPA's proposed greenhouse gas standards and guidelines for fossil fuel fired power plants. EPA is proposing Clean Air Act emission limits and guidelines for carbon dioxide emissions from fossil fuel fired power plants based on cost-effective and available control technologies. The proposals would establish limits for new gas-fired combustion turbines, existing coal, oil, and gas-fired steam generating units, and certain existing gas-fired combustion turbines. I'd like to invite our other two panelists to introduce themselves now, starting with Christian.
Hi, I'm Christian Fellner. I'm in the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards as well, and I've primarily worked on the new source standards under the 111B side of the rulemaking.
My name is Misha Adamantiadis. I'm in the Office of Atmospheric Protection, supporting the 111 rules.
We are also joined today by a court reporter who will produce a written transcript of today's hearing. We will add the transcript to the public docket for this proposed rulemaking, and will carefully consider your comments as we develop a final rule. Before we begin hearing from you today, we have a few ground rules and housekeeping items to review to help make today's hearing run smoothly. First, EPA is committed to an environment of mutual public respect and safety. We want to hear your views on the proposed rule today. However, the agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing. EPA expects everyone participating in this hearing, including registered speakers, attendees, and those of us on this panel, to conduct themselves in a respectful and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. Please note by registering for this event that you are agreeing to abide by the ground rules of the virtual hearing. Please remain muted with your camera off until it is your turn to speak. We ask that everyone's displayed Zoom name include their first and last names. This will help our logistics team quickly identify when registered speakers have arrived so that we can quickly add them to the lineup of speakers. Okay, let's move on to how today's hearing will work. If you have joined us through Zoom, please keep the chat box open. It is at the bottom of your screen. We will share the names of the next two speakers in the chat box. We also may use the chat to communicate directly with you during the hearing. I will call on each speaker when it is their turn. Let me apologize in advance for any mispronunciations. Please make sure that your Zoom screen name displays your first and last name. I think I've said that. When I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. If you're joining us via Zoom, that button is on the lower left of your screen. If you're joining us by phone, you can mute and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Please state your first and last name and spell it for the record. Please speak slowly so that our court reporter can capture your entire testimony. When you are providing testimony, you are welcome to activate your video camera by clicking on the Start Video icon at the bottom left of the screen. If you are not testifying, please keep your camera off. Each speaker will have 4 minutes to give comments. A 4-minute timer will be displayed on the screen to help you keep track of your time. The timer will start when you state your name. When your 4 minutes are up, it's time to stop. If you're testifying by phone, the timekeeper will alert you when you have 1 minute remaining. To be fair to everyone, we are going to strictly enforce the 4-minute limit. If you have additional items that you would like to share, such as slide presentations or videos, you may submit them to the docket for the proposal through August the 8th. We encourage you to also submit a written copy of the testimony you provide today. We will post information on how to submit written comments in the chat box throughout the hearing. We are here today to listen to you. However, panel members may ask questions to clarify your comments during the proceedings. When you're finished speaking, please remain on the line until I can confirm that there are no further clarifying questions from our panel. Once we are done, please remute your line and turn off your camera. I will then call the next speaker and so on. Finally, today's hearing consists of 3 sessions: morning, afternoon, and evening. If there are no additional speakers, we may close the session 15 minutes after the last registered speaker has testified. We also may take short breaks as needed. Thank you again for taking the time today to share your comments on EPA's proposal. So let's get started. The first 2 speakers will be Jacob Jones and Hannah Reed.
Hi, my name is, there we go. Hi, my name is Jacob Jones. I appreciate the chance to speak with you guys today. I know you're taking a lot of time out of your day to do this, so I just want to thank you for that. And my name is spelled Jacobjones, and I'm joining in from Sayre. It's Bradford County, Pennsylvania. I'm a digital organizer with NRDC Action Fund, but I'm speaking here today as an individual who was recently impacted by the smoke from the Canadian wildfires. I really appreciate the forward momentum you've generated in this proposal to reduce carbon emissions from fossil fuel power plants, and I would like to encourage you to go further to strengthen the plan. I urge you to finalize the strongest carbon standards possible by improving on your proposal to require greater reductions from existing gas power plants and to secure emission reductions from all fossil fuel power plants on a faster timeline. These fossil fuel power plants have been polluting our communities and atmosphere for far too long, and I'm glad to see that the EPA is taking action to address various air pollutants from power plants, and I've been following the various regulations that have been proposed. Over the past few months, I've learned a lot about PM 2.5 pollution from power plants and its impact on vulnerable and marginalized communities, an issue that I know the EPA is addressing in other rules. What I did not expect living in a fairly rural town in PA was that this background knowledge on PM 2.5 would become so pertinent to my daily life. Last week, as many people have already mentioned, the New York, Pennsylvania area was blanketed with smoke from Canadian wildfires. What started as a light smoke scent in the air escalated to an orange twilight in the middle of the day over a course of a few days. And I found myself frantically checking the air quality index as it ticked further and further into the hazardous category until it hit an AQI of 438. The main factor, PM 2.5, which was likely in the ballpark of about 350 micrograms per cubic meter as that 24-hour average. When the air purifiers in my area sold out, I built a Corsi Rosenthal box for my home, which over the past week, I've watched the MERV 13 filters significantly darken with soot even inside on moderate PM 2.5 pollution days. All of this to say that the impacts of greenhouse gases on our environment are far-reaching. Even in communities which I would have considered safe, like mine, the consequences of climate change can fall on you like soot from the sky, no matter where you live, which is why it's so important that we address these issues now. And that's exactly why we need you to set strong carbon standards to address the dire threat that we face from climate change and to protect the public and our environment. And so I'd like to just urge you to finalize the strongest carbon standards possible, as I mentioned, by improving on the proposal to require greater reductions from existing gas plants and secure emission reductions from all fossil fuel power plants on a faster timeline. Thank you so much, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panelists? Okay, thank you very much. The next speaker is Hannah Reed.
Hi, my name is Hannah Reed, HANNAHREID, and I am the outreach coordinator for Evergreen Action. I want to thank you all so much for the opportunity to testify and for proposing these rules to protect Americans from the harmful effects of climate pollution from power plants. As we've seen the past few years, few days, few weeks, the climate crisis is an urgent threat to health and welfare of all Americans, and power plants produce 1/4 of all US carbon pollution. So this is a major source of pollution that must be reduced. And the EPA's proposed standards, they're a good starting point for addressing climate change, but there are several important areas where the rules can be improved to fully protect Americans' health and welfare, as EPA is required to do under the law. The main 3 areas that require special attention are increasing the number of gas plants covered by the rule, moving up compliance timelines so that power plants must reduce their emissions this decade, and expediting EPA processes so that the final rule is released by March 2024. I see today that the unified agenda has been released and that the finalized rule is expected in April 2024, and that is very heartening to hear. However, EPA must still expand the scope of the rule for existing gas plants to fully address this major source of pollution. As proposed, less than 10% of existing gas plants would be required to limit their emissions. That's unacceptable and a dereliction of EPA's duty under the Clean Air Act to protect Americans from deadly climate pollution. The EPA should expand the rule to cover as many gas plants as possible, down to at least 100 megawatts. Secondly, EPA must accelerate all compliance timelines from 2035 to 2030 so that power plants begin reducing their emissions this decade. Technologies to reduce climate pollution are available right now, and climate science demands that we cut US carbon pollution in half by 2030. Waiting until 2035 for requirements to begin would violate the calls of climate science and violate EPA's mandate under the law. The ability for some coal plants to stay online until 2039, largely without reducing their emissions, is unacceptable and will ultimately cause a lot of harm. This retirement loophole should be eliminated or at the very least moved to 2030. I am very lucky. I didn't grow up in a fence line community. I didn't grow up in a sacrifice zone. I didn't grow up feeling the same effects of power plant pollution that so many Americans, particularly marginalized communities, have felt. And yet, even with that luck, even with all of that privilege, I still feel the effects of carbon pollution because we all do at this point. I, like many of you, live on the East Coast and had to deal with the toxic air from climate change fueled forest fires last week. I'm sitting here in my 20s trying to figure out my future, and it's really hard to do that when I don't know that our government is taking every single step possible to ensure that we have a livable planet to plan a future for. I'm trying to determine if I want to bring kids into a world that is going to be healthy and thriving. I'm trying to think if I want to continue to live on the coast where we're particularly vulnerable to climate change. I don't know how to plan for that future if climate change is not being taken seriously. And I urge EPA to take climate change seriously and strengthen this rule. I want to thank you for the work that you're already doing to address harmful pollution from power plants. These rules would create massive climate and public health benefits and are long overdue. But I do want to once again urge the agency to finalize the strongest rule possible for all of our best interests. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much for taking the time. Our next 2 speakers are Quentin Scott and Robert Schloss.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Quentin Scott, spelled Quentin, and I'm the Federal Policy Director at Chesapeake Climate Action Network. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this critical proposal to protect Americans from harmful effects of climate pollution from power plants. The climate crisis is a continuous and urgent threat to our health, safety, and economy. We're in a critical decade where we must take bold action to address the crisis. One bold step we can take is by reducing carbon pollution from power plants. Power plants produce 1/4 of all US carbon pollution. Therefore, we must reduce pollution from this sector. Stakeholders from across the US have been waiting and pushing the EPA to release the carbon pollution standard proposal for many months. Chesapeake Climate Action Network applauds the EPA for releasing a good proposal that begins to address the climate crisis in a real way. However, there are several important areas where the rule must be strengthened to fully protect communities, especially historically marginalized communities. The areas requiring strengthening are increasing the number of gas plants covered by the rule, moving up compliance timelines so that power plants must reduce their emissions this decade, expediting EPA's process so that it finalizes the rule by March 2024. First, the EPA must expand the scope of the rule for existing gas plants to fully address this major source of pollution. One analysis of the proposal says less than 10% of existing gas plants would be required to limit their emissions. To meet the scale of the crisis, less than 10% is unacceptable. EPA has a responsibility to expand the rule to cover as many gas plants as possible, down to at least 100 megawatts. Second, the EPA must accelerate all compliance timelines so that power plants begin to reduce carbon pollution this decade, not next decade. Climate science tells us we must reduce US carbon pollution by 50% by 2030. Waiting until 2035 for requirements to begin falls short of the moment and does not meet the promise of President Biden. In addition, the ability for some coal plants to stay online until 2039, largely without reducing their emissions, is also unacceptable. This retirement loophole should be eliminated completely or moved up to at least 2030. Technologies to meet these standards and reduce carbon pollution are available now and are cost effective. EPA should not shy away from requiring polluters to use the best available technologies. Lastly, the carbon pollution standard for power plants has been a long-awaited rule. It's time for power sector to change its behavior and become part of the solution, not continue to be part of the problem. EPA should act with urgency to finalize a rule before March 2024. EPA has made a public commitment to prioritizing environmental justice. Finalizing a strong rule quickly would align with this commitment from this agency. To conclude my testimony, I would like to thank the EPA for its important work to address deadly and harmful pollution from power plants. These rules come at a critical moment in our fight against climate change. I cannot stress enough the enormous climate and public health benefits these rules would bring. I strongly urge the agency to quickly finalize the strongest rules possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panelists?
No.
Okay, thank you very much for taking the time. The next speaker is Robert Schloss.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Robert Schloss. Most people call me Bob. I live in Ossining, New York, which is a village in Westchester County along the Hudson River in the lower Hudson Valley. The reason I decided that I needed to testify is twofold. One is I'm a retiree. I used to do very large project for a large multinational computer company. I did a lot of projects with energy companies, and I have a feeling of how much time energy companies actually need to plan for substantial changes to their generating capacity. And that, I'm just going to say, the reasonable need is 4 to 6 years. So my first request is that the EPA consider that whatever requirements these new rules imposed take effect by the end of 2030. If you come out with these rules in the early part of 2024, then you are giving more than the necessary 4 to 6 years. And why does it matter if we reduce all this greenhouse gas pollution starting in 2030 instead of 2035 or later? The reason it matters is because we are paying for the effects. It's not just, it's bad for the fish or it's bad for the birds. My town lies along the river, and next to the river is the commuter railroad. It's called Metro North Railroad that people take to get to their jobs in New York City. If we can't start seeing the containment of the pollution, which is going to lead to the melting of ice caps, which is going to lead to the raising of the ocean, which is going to raise the Hudson River. I'm not just saying this. We've already had studies with experts from Cornell University who have confirmed to us that we need to assess the level of the river in the early 2030s and then begin working with Metro North and other property owners to make adjustments if that's needed. So I'm just saying, please make the rules take effect in 2030, and don't worry that you're not giving the energy companies enough time to comply. My experience is that they will be able to comply. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions from the panelists?
Nope.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we go to our next speakers, I would like to remind everyone to please keep your chat session open so that the logistics team can reach out if needed. And at the bottom of the screen of your Zoom screen, there should be a chat icon there that you can click and open up the chat session. So you could please do that. The next two speakers are Jonathan Izzo and Molly Collins. So Jonathan Izzo, whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Izzo. I am JONATHANIZZO. I'm 21 years old. I'm a student at Franklin and Marshall College in Lancaster, PA, and I'm currently working with Penn Environment. And my desire for climate action didn't begin until my dad passed away from stage 4 stomach cancer when I was 16 years old. He grew up in a spot in Western Pennsylvania that's been shown that the rate of stomach cancer in men is much higher due to industrial pollution runoff in the air and groundwater. As a current resident of Pennsylvania, I often fear for my health and the health of my loved ones, as they too face a higher cancer risk due to exposure to pollution. As long as fossil fuel pollution continues, health risks are going to plague our communities and my loved ones. Although I live in a safer and more privileged area of Western Pennsylvania, this risk continues and is an increasing issue for underprivileged communities within my region. I don't want to witness the same reality for my future children one day, losing their dad far too soon because of pollutants. I want a future that I can be confident in and not one that detriments the health of our world and my family in exchange for short-term fossil fuel profits. I don't want your condolences, and I don't want empty promises on paper. I want us to do better by setting stronger emissions and pollution standards this decade. Now, according to Pennsylvania Capital Star, Pennsylvania was ranked 4th for the largest greenhouse gas emitting state in the nation in 2020. So implementing these EPA standards here will significantly impact Pennsylvania's carbon footprint and reduce emissions nationwide. Also, the pollution in Pennsylvania will reduce. When I heard that this proposal could prevent 30,000 asthma attacks and 1,300 premature deaths alone by 2030, I felt a feeling of hope for a safer and more stable future here in Pennsylvania and the whole nation. Advancing on this proposal means fewer toxins in our air and water, which could also mean fewer families torn apart by asthma, cancer, and pollution-related diseases. In addition, greenhouse gas emissions have led to extreme weather events such as abnormal droughts, torrential rains, record forest fires, heat waves, abnormally warmer summers. After being shut indoors from the smoke of Canadian forest fires last week, it's scary to think about how much worse these weather events will be in my life and my future children's lifetime. New EPA standards are a golden opportunity to reduce greenhouse gases, which will help reduce the intensity and frequency of these extreme weather events in the future, which affect everybody. I think it's so important that the EPA includes all fossil fuel power plants within this ruling, including small gas-fired power plants and new power plants on a faster timeline. It is of vital importance that the EPA implements the strongest possible regulations on fossil fuel pollution and carbon emissions to cultivate a world that is healthy and safe for us for generations to come. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for taking the time to testify today. Are there any questions from our panelists for the speaker?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Molly Collins.
Hi.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. And thanks to Jonathan for his really moving testimony. I'm Molly Collins, and I'm speaking to you today from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And I'd like to thank EPA for proposing these standards to limit carbon pollution from power plants, and would urge you to strengthen the rule further to ensure adequate enforcement and engagement with communities. A few weeks ago, I found myself at a playground that I hadn't visited before in Oak Creek, Wisconsin. And you can see a nearby power plant, a coal power plant on the horizon while you're there playing with your kids. And I heard about how parents who bring their kids regularly to that playground also might need to bring a towel with them so that they could like dust off the swings or the slide, which might have a film of coal dust over them because they don't want the kids all messy and covered in dust after they play. But as we were there, I was thinking about how the kids who play on that playground are likely being exposed to unhealthy air pollution. And this might be an extreme example, but we've known for decades that pollution from power plants is worsening climate change and accelerating health harms. And I support the EPA explicitly requiring state plans to set legally enforceable milestones for plants that hold operators accountable to showing meaningful steps toward either installing the required pollution controls or to retire. And I also support EPA requiring states to undertake meaningful engagement with communities like the one in Oak Creek that could be affected by power plant operators. Communities that live near power plants are exposed to disproportionate levels of pollution, and we know that that exacerbates their health harms. It's imperative that the use of pollution control technologies not worsen air quality due to plants operating more. I encourage EPA to better ensure that meaningful engagement includes proactive outreach to stakeholders, sharing information in a clear and concise manner, and providing as much time as possible to provide input. I hope my kids, our community, and I can count on you to move forward quickly and finalize this rulemaking by spring 2024. We're all counting on the EPA standards to protect us all and not leave any health benefits on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from our panelists? Nope. Okay. Thank you very much. Our next two speakers are Rita Ali and Olivia Keck.
Hello, my name is Rita Ali, spelled R-I-D-A-A-L-I, and I live in Jersey City. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at this hearing, and I'm here today to talk about how climate change specifically affects my community and why the new carbon rules are necessary to implement. Sweltering summers, rising sea levels, and intense flooding are only some of the issues that my fellow New Jersey residents are plagued with in the face of climate change. New Jersey's specific location in the mid-Atlantic is causing it to warm at twice the rate of the rest of the continental United States. I know I certainly feel the effects of these rising temperatures as summers here become increasingly unbearable, which will get worse as climate change accelerates. My fellow New Jersey residents on the Jersey Shore are forced to reckon with serious consequences as rising sea levels cause storm surges and severe flooding. The New Jersey coastline plays a crucial role in the state's economy and is home to much of the state's population. The Rhodium Research Group explains how the increase in sea level rise since 1980 has increased the number of homes at risk of excessive flooding by 110%, and also cost the state hundreds of millions of dollars on repairs and flood-resistant infrastructure. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration has predicted that the sea level along the U.S. coastline will rise 10 to 12 inches between 2020 and 2050, with New Jersey predicted to see even more than that. That means more damage caused by increased flooding and more residents having to move away from their family homes on the coast. And the best way to prevent this from getting worse in the future is to reduce our emissions now, I was glad to hear about the EPA's new carbon rules because it is a crucial first step that we must take if we want to prevent further warming and sea level rise. According to the EPA's website, electric power is the second largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in the country, 79% of which comes from burning fossil fuels. It's extremely necessary to implement these new standards for fossil fuel-fired power plants to reduce our overall greenhouse gas emissions as we tackle climate change. And I especially liked that the proposal emphasizes the need for a collaborative approach between stakeholders, such as people who have been disproportionately affected by climate change and the energy workers who work hard to keep the country running. I would, however, like to see stronger limits on emissions from existing and smaller power plants that are currently exempt from the rule. All fossil fuel power plants negatively impact our environment regardless of size. And the only way we can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions that cause harm to our planet and people is if we act now and look ahead. Implementing these new measures will ensure that we reduce carbon emissions and the other pollutants that cause harm to both the environment and our local communities so that we have a future with cleaner, healthier air. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time today to testify. Are there any questions from our panelists for the speaker? Okay. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Olivia Keck.
Thank you. My name is Olivia Keck, OLIVIAKECK, and I am a legal assistant at the Natural Resources Defense Council. Nearly 14 years ago, EPA released an endangerment finding, making a scientific determination that greenhouse gases harm public health and welfare. Consequently, EPA became responsible for regulating greenhouse gases under the Clean Air Act. The nation's largest source of greenhouse gas emissions, motor vehicles, have since been regulated, but carbon emissions from the US power sector, our second largest source, have never been under federal limits to address their threat to public health and climate. Since the 2009 endangerment finding, climate change has continued to leave its legacy, one that the US power sector has contributed to. Devastating hurricanes have flooded far too many coastal communities. Heat waves are lasting longer and becoming more intense, and wildfires have destroyed millions of acres of forests and harmed public health. As we meet here today, much of the East Coast continues to feel the acute effects, disruptions, and dangers of wildfire. Market forces have already reduced many emissions in the power sector as renewable energy becomes cheaper to build and maintain, even surpassing coal's market share last year. Though the industry is headed towards cleaner and more reliable energy generation, EPA must ensure that the industry sticks to very real deadlines to stave off future human and ecological suffering. EPA remains responsible for seeking the best available technology for setting a performance standard worthy of meeting this challenge. Since the inception of the Clean Air Act over 50 years ago, Congress has bestowed EPA with the authority and responsibility to meet complex modern solution challenges, such as those at the subject of this rule. With this rule, the US is at a historical opportunity to finally address carbon emissions from power plants. Congress armed EPA with the tools necessary to address new pollution problems as they arose through the Clean Air Act, inherently calling both EPA and regulated industries to act and innovate in order to meet dangerous pollution challenges head-on. The last year, the Supreme Court's decision in West Virginia versus EPA constrained what the EPA may determine as the best system of emission reduction under Section 111 of the Clean Air Act. This rule is carefully designed to meet those constraints. The EPA's approach here is consistent with the Supreme Court's decision in West Virginia. The best systems of emission reduction selected by EPA are inside the fence control technologies applied to individual plants. EPA's actions here are further supported by the post-West Virginia passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, wherein Congress provided a renewed mandate for EPA to reduce carbon pollution, leaving no room for ambiguity around its intention. The IRA's historic investments and tax incentives will also help defray the costs of the rule for power companies and their consumers. This proposed rule continues the path set by West Virginia and the IRA. It also provides substantial benefits beyond the IRA. The rule ensures carbon dioxide emission reductions that will put the administration's stated goal of reducing 80% of the power sector's emissions by 2030 within reach. But EPA can and should go farther, including by expanding this rule to set standards for more existing gas plants. Power plant carbon emissions have long gone unchecked, and EPA has an opportunity to hold the full power sector accountable to address the climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the speaker?
Yep.
Thank you for taking the time. The next two speakers are Marcus Cole and Kim Anderson. Whenever you're ready.
Greetings. My name is Marcus Cole in Snellville, Georgia. That's spelled MARQUSCOLE. I'm providing testimony today as a Christian, as a husband, a dad, and a neighbor. While officially I have the pleasure of serving as the Director of Church Engagement and Outreach with the Evangelical Environmental Network, it is my personal faith that compels me to love my neighbors and take action to defend God's creation. Defending God's creation and loving my neighbor in the policy world looks like sharing with the EPA that it is critically important to safeguard and defend the health of God's children and creation by cutting carbon pollution from power plants. I urge finalizing the strongest possible safeguard as quickly as possible. Specifically, I ask the EPA to consider the following three items. 1, requiring more plants to achieve greater cuts to carbon pollution on the fastest possible timeline in order to protect public health. 2, creating a process for rigorous monitoring, verification, and enforcement and engagement with communities, both on safeguards and on individual projects, to further advance community protection and input. And finally, for facilities choosing to install carbon capture and sequestration technologies, rigorous monitoring and enforcement of any emissions or leaks must be required. The Biden administration must move swiftly to update requirements outside of EPA air authorities to ensure any such projects are held to the highest health and safety standards. The proposed standard is critically important step further, but truly defend the health and safety of all God's creation. I urge the EPA to strengthen the rule. Strengthen the rule for my 7- and 5-year-old daughters so they may inherit a world where the proposed power plant standards will prevent 1,300 premature deaths, 800 hospital and ER visits, more than 300,000 asthma attacks, and 38,000 school absences. Strengthen the rule so that my 7- and 5-year-old daughters will inherit a world where we say explicitly special care is taken for those that are most at risk and exposed to harmful power plant pollution and climate impacts. This includes our children, both born and unborn, seniors, those with chronic diseases, people of color, and people living in poverty. My daughters graduate from high school, Lord willing, in 2034 and 2036, and it's my hope and prayer that all of God's image bearers deserve to grow up with the hope and expectation of a healthy, vibrant future. I urge the EPA to act quickly and finalize the strongest possible standards to cut climate pollution from power plants no later than early 2024 to make that hope a reality. I do truly, and I do mean this truly, pray and thank you for your work on this important matter. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to testify today. Are there questions from the panelists?
No.
No, thank you. Okay, thank you. The next speaker is Kim Anderson.
Hello, my name is Kim Anderson, KIMANDERSON, and I live in Cambria County, Pennsylvania, with my husband and 2 teenage children. As a Christian, I've always loved the verse, Jeremiah 29:11, which says, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a bright hope in the future." My family moved in with my parents about 2 years ago because they both have Alzheimer's and can no longer. Watching my father's decline has been especially difficult for me because he was a brilliant research scientist with over 30 patents in his field. I spent my childhood around the campfire with him, marveling at the wonders of the universe. But today he needs assistance putting on his coat and can no longer form words like star. Sandwiched between 2 generations, I wonder if I will someday suffer from the disease as well, and if my children may need to figure out my cares today. I've lost too many people to dementia. Even those still with us are not the people they used to be. And I'm not alone. Currently, 6.7 million seniors in the US suffer from the disease. And this number is expected to increase by 13 million by 2050. Alzheimer's is the 7th leading cause of death in the United States. Honestly, if there were anything that could be done to slow down or stop the disease, it would be worth it. The good news is the restricted carbon rule could help. Medical research has shown the link between soot and dementias like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. The major source of soot is fossil-fueled power plants. Soot, or PM2.5, is a dangerous pollutant that poses heightened risk for children, seniors, and people with chronic illnesses. These particles may consist of organic chemicals, acidic substances, and even heavy metals. They are also microscopically small, about 1/36 of the size of a grain of sand, and can be inhaled into our lungs and delivered directly to our bloodstream. I thank the EPA for proposing this critically important safeguard that can impact future elderly citizens and the health of all God's children by cutting carbon pollution from home. I do call on the EPA to finalize the strongest possible safeguard as quickly as possible, which should include requiring more plants to achieve greater cuts to carbon pollution on the fastest possible timeline in order to protect public health, creating a process for rigorous monitoring, verification, and enforcement, both on safeguards and on individual projects, to further advance community protection. Still choosing to install sequestration technologies, rigorous monitoring and enforcement of any emissions or leaks must be required. The Biden administration must move swiftly to update requirements outside of EPA or authorities to ensure any such projects are held to the highest health and safety standards, lead to permanent sequestration without leaks or damaging earthquakes, and do not present additional harms to nearby communities at the fence line and along pipelines. As a citizen of Western Pennsylvania, a place which has benefited economically from coal and oil production for decades, I understand the economic impact that this has had on our community. But this has come at the cost borne on the hearts, minds, and lungs of the women, children, and energy workers who have called this home. We need to and can do better. We must continue to make energy in ways that do not have severe health impacts on people like me who live here. I believe this rule does just that. Strengthening the rule could possibly mean that I will be lucky enough to avoid this disease, and maybe my kids won't have to wonder if they too will get it someday. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for your consideration of doing what we can, me and my children, a bright hope and a future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the panelists for the speaker?
No.
No. Okay. Thank you very much for testifying today.
Thank you.
Our next two speakers, before I announce the next two speakers, I want to remind everyone that there are instructions in the chat session on how you can submit written comments, and also a reminder that the EPA takes into consideration equally comments that are submitted either orally today or in one of the public hearings yesterday, today, or tomorrow. We consider those equally with written comments. So there are instructions for how to submit written comments in the chat session. The next two speakers are Maurice DiPaolo and Tanisha Harris.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Maurice DiPaolo, Maurice, DEPALO. I'm from the Bronx, New York. I'm also a delegate and an executive council member from SEIU 1199. I'm here to support the Biden administration's agenda to slash carbon dioxide pollution from fossil fuel-fired power plants by 617 million metric tons, with new standards for the use of coal and new natural gas by the year 2030. It is imperative that this powerful regulation be approved in the fastest possible timeline. Preferably, it should be done in a fashion that cannot be altered by any future administration. Enough playing politics with matters that affect the well-being of millions of lives. The new proposed standards will provide up to $85 billion in climate and public health benefits over the next 2 decades, according to the EPA. It will also prevent up to 300,000 asthma attacks, 66,000 lost workdays, 1,300 premature deaths, and reduced hospital and emergency room visits. Climate change is costing billions of damage from intense extreme weather events, and putting forth an aggressive plan may be costly, but in the long term would be cost saving in both physical and health damages caused by the wildfires, hurricanes, flooding, and extreme heat waves that have been common in our lives. We all remember Hurricane Sandy in New York. As a registered pharmacist working in the healthcare institution Montefiore Medical Center in the Bronx, I see firsthand that the high rates of asthma in the community are out of control. The areas of the South Bronx and Upper Manhattan have one of the highest death and disease rates in the country. In a school-based study sample, 15.5% of children 4 to 5 years old were identified as having asthma, compared to 9.2% in the rest of the city. Increased medical funding to our healthcare institutions is desperately needed in New York. Fossil fuel-fired power plants are one of the largest sources of carbon pollution driving climate change. This leads to poor air quality, respiratory disease, heart disease, and other illnesses. Interestingly enough, while preparing this testimony, I was wearing an N95 mask because New York City was experiencing the worst air quality in the world due to the Canadian wildfires. Climate change also powers extreme weather events that cause catastrophic damage to our communities. Here in the Bronx, we are suffering from climate injustice, and it is extreme. We have crisscrossing highways, old building heating systems, private waste transfer stations, and large industries such as fresh direct diesel trucking and the Hunts Point Market, situated in the South Bronx, where the health of our Black and brown communities have very high illness rates and hospitalizations. Affluent neighborhoods should not be the only lives that matter. It seems that polluting sources are always placed in the Black and brown communities. Mont Haven residents are suffering with the worst pollution in the South Bronx and has been nicknamed Asthma Alley. Flooding basements from rainwater were non-existent on my street, and now the deluge rainfalls flood basements. Our climate can't wait. The EPA must act now. The strong EPA rule will prevent tens of thousands of premature deaths, hundreds of thousands of respiratory illnesses, and reduce dangerous climate disasters. Coming from the Bronx and in healthcare, I know firsthand how desperately this legislation needs to be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions from the panelists?
No.
Speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Tanisha Harris.
Hello, my name is Tanisha Harris, and I'm a youth climate and environmental justice activist with Action for the Climate Emergency. I'd like to thank the EPA for allowing me to speak today on this vital issue about proposed carbon pollution standards for fossil fuel powered plants. Fossil fuel fired power plants have caused disproportionate and undue harm to communities like mine, BIPOC and low income. These plants are concentrated in environmental justice communities. My home of Chicago ranks 17 for the most polluted city in the nation for ozone smog, one of the most harmful and widespread types of air pollution. Chicago is also the 23rd most polluted city for year-round particle pollution. The air quality varies greatly throughout the city, with affluent communities on the north breathing cleaner air than communities on the south and west sides. I know firsthand the impacts of fossil fuel-fired power plants on public health. My community and immediate family has asthma, including myself. In fact, it was quite normal growing up in South Shore, Chicago. I recall being rushed to the hospital due to an asthma attack. Imagine my surprise when I learned that my asthma wasn't due to just bad luck, but systemic racism and lax environmental policies that allows for the concentration of fossil fuel-fired power plants in BIPOC communities. Black people are 75% more likely than white people to live near a commercial facility like a fossil fuel-fired power plant. This is blatant environmental racism. I urge the EPA to enact the strongest possible carbon pollution standards to protect our communities and mitigate the worst consequences of climate change. As proposed, the EPA's proposal would cut carbon pollution by 617 million metric tons, while also cutting other dangerous air pollutants released by power plants. According to the EPA's own analysis, this proposal will deliver $85 billion worth of net health benefits. They are also expected on an annual basis to avert 1,300 premature deaths, 800 hospitalizations, 38,000 school absences, and 66,000 lost work days. By approving the strongest possible carbon pollution standards for power plants, the EPA could improve on these health benefits. We must work together and meet climate change with the urgency it demands. As a young person, I loathe inheriting a world on fire. I often wonder if I'll even have a future that many generations before me got to enjoy. I've made decisions such as foregoing having children, delaying home ownership, and lacking dreaming about my dream job because I wonder what the next 10 to 15 years will even look like with climate change looming over my head. I know I'm not alone and that many young people like myself have climate anxiety. This is something that can be averted with the strongest possible pollution standards for fossil fuel power plants. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Further questions? Thank you. The next two speakers are Carolyn Watts and Rachel Meyer.
Good afternoon. My name is Carolyn Watts, CarolynWatts, and the confusion is my nickname is Cindy, but my official name is Carolyn. Sorry. I'm an emeritus professor of health economics, healthcare policy, and sustainability in healthcare in two Virginia universities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon and for your work to propose rules to reduce the harmful effects of air pollution from power plants. I'm testifying today because my professional work has made obvious the significant and increasing health and economic consequences of air pollution, about a quarter of which comes from power plants, as you've heard today. Also, my personal role as a mother of 3 adult children also brings me here out of concern for their future and the future of any children they might choose to have. In both roles, I see the mental health impact on young people of the environmental changes brought about by air pollution and the climate change it affects, as you have heard from the amazing testimony from the young people here today. Power plants emit, among other things, ozone, methane, carbon dioxide, and small particulates into the air. We must reduce this major source of pollution quickly to avoid its major health and economic impact and its cascading effects on climate change. Globally, about 6.1% of the global GDP it costs us because of air pollution, and over 9 million deaths per year, $8 trillion. In the United States, soot and ozone pollution alone cost us $830 billion per year. As noted earlier, private power plants are taking steps to move away from fossil fuels. However, market solutions, while important, are not enough. The EPA's proposed standards are a good starting point, but there are several important areas where the rules must be strengthened. First, as others have testified, EPA must expand the scope of the rule for existing gas plants. The proposed rule would require fewer than 10% of existing gas plants to limit their emissions. That is inadequate to protect Americans from deadly climate pollution, as the EPA is required to do. The rule should be expanded to cover as many gas plants as possible, down to at least 100 megawatts. The emissions from all power plants negatively affect our health, our pocketbooks. Secondly, EPA must, accelerate all compliance timelines from 2035 to at least 2030, so that power plants can begin, to reduce their emissions this decade. As you have heard from others, the technology is available now, and the technology is cost effective. Technologies to climate science demands that we reduce by half our carbon pollution by 2030 in this country. Waiting until 2035 would violate what we know from climate science, and it would violate EPA's mandate under the law. The ability for some coal plants to stay online until 2039, largely without reducing their emissions, is also unacceptable. This retirement loophole should be eliminated or moved up to at least 2030. Finally, we've waited too long for climate action. EPA should finalize a rule by early 2024. As others have testified, the hazy skies and unhealthy air across much of the United States over the past week give us a peek into what our future could look and feel like if we don't act aggressively and with speed to limit air pollution. The EPA rules are a good start, but they need to be strengthened. In conclusion, I would like to thank the EPA for its work to address deadly pollution from power plants. These rules would create massive climate and public health benefits and are long overdue. I urge the agency to finalize the strongest rules possible. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your time, for your testimony today. Are there questions for the speaker? Thank you very much. The next speaker is Rachel Meyer.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Rachel Meyer, RACHEL-MEYER, and I'm the Ohio River Valley Field Coordinator for Moms Clean Air Force. I'm from Independence Township, Beaver County in Western Pennsylvania. I support the carbon rule, and I'm calling on the EPA to finalize the strongest possible standards to help protect our families from harmful air pollution that contributes to climate change and to help protect our families from harmful air pollution. EPA must strengthen our community input and safeguards in the final version of this rule. As I write this testimony, I cough from the irritation to my asthmatic lungs from the wildfire smoke, something I never thought I would have to deal with in Western Pennsylvania. I also write this on the day that the U.S. Drought Monitor officially has us entering into a moderate drought, something extremely unusual for a normally wet spring. There's no escaping the reality of climate change. Climate change is an issue of generational justice. I have a 3-year-old daughter. Today's children will live through at least 3 times as many climate disasters as their grandparents. According to the new peer-reviewed EPA report, Climate Change and Children's Health and Well-being in the United States, specific health impacts of climate change that particularly affect children include increased infectious disease such as Lyme disease, reductions in academic achievement, damage to or displacement from homes from natural disasters such as flooding, and increased asthma, allergies, and respiratory illness due to increased pollen and air pollution. By reducing climate pollution from power plants now, we can improve the outlook for our children's future well-being. I support the carbon rule because cutting climate pollution and other forms of air pollution will have profound benefits for the health of our children and everyone in our communities. However, I have concerns about the massive deployment of unproven, untested, unregulated, and potentially dangerous technologies, such as carbon capture and sequestration. CCS is being considered in my region, and I'm worried it would result in even greater harm and suffering in communities like mine that have already borne the brunt of the industrial scale pollution from the fossil fuel industry. In Beaver County, where my family lives, there is already large-scale build-out of oil and gas operations, petrochemical facilities, and many pipelines that threaten the health and safety of families. Vast swaths of land have been cleared for hazardous pipelines carrying explosive gases through our bucolic rolling hills. In 2018, the Revolution pipeline carrying methane gas exploded, causing 150-foot flames that could be seen for miles and resulted in the evacuation of 24 families. I live in fear of another pipeline explosion. I stand in solidarity with other communities who don't want carbon capture pipelines and storage facilities located in their communities. And I support acceleration of clean, renewable, and sustainable energy like wind and solar. Once again, I ask the EPA finalize a strong carbon rule to help protect our families from harmful air pollution, but have serious concerns about technology such as CCS that could sacrifice the health and safety of communities like mine. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Are there questions from the panelists? No. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's see. The next 2 speakers are Carissa Sipp and Michael Green.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
Great. Okay. Hi, my name is Carissa Sipp. It's CARISSA SIPP, and I'm a volunteer also with Moms Clean Air Force. I'm a mom, I'm an engineer, and I'm a community member of Tucson, Arizona. I live just south of one of the worst places for air quality year-round you can be, Phoenix. We're trying to catch up here in Pima County, though. We have regular days of AQI above and beyond what you're seeing. Even on the East Coast right now with the horrific air quality, we see that daily. Our filters clean up and clear out so much dust and smog and all kinds of harmful pollutants. I'm here today to plead with you like everybody else. We need to protect our community. If someone is suffocating an individual, the government would have the duty to protect the victim, and they proceed to enact laws to prevent such injustice in the future. Well, today, coal and gas-fired power plants are the aggressors polluting our environment and suffocating and killing our community members. We see forest fires in Canada affecting us today. We see apocalyptic AQI numbers impacting millions in the US. So many here have testified today that they've been impacted greatly. They are so bad, people can't go outside. They're filtering their air inside. The reality is we have enabled this pollution, and we've enabled this climate change to be okay. And now we're seeing the effects of it in the people. We've enabled it for a lot of different reasons, profit, easy grasp of the technology as it exists today, but we have new technologies. We need the EPA to claw back some control and stop this climb and acceleration to the disaster we have seen. For this reason, we need the carbon rule proposed we need it accelerated, as everybody said previous to me. We need the more regulations, we need tighter restrictions, we need better control, and we need monitoring. We need people. As an engineer, I know that this can be done, we can do it, but we have to monitor and make sure people are doing it correctly. I'm asking you today too, that you listen to the community as you are doing today, and you are hopefully will do in the future. We need you to facilitate our input and have the safeguards we are requesting to be in place at the final version of the rule. Power plants are responsible for 25% of climate pollution, and 60% of this is from fossil fuels. The pollution is literally cooking and suffocating my community. The people, the animals, the water supply, everything. I live in Tucson. I have the reality of maybe not enough water for my children. Not protecting and stepping up to drastically reduce greenhouse gas emissions will kill my family. Maybe not immediately, but with the lack of water and the drastic food shortages that could come from climate change, partnered with pollution and toxic air, will be disaster. As an engineer, I also plead with the EPA to be better understanding of the carbon capture. It cannot scale to the industrial capability that we are requesting, and we need this to be happening in 2030, not 2035, not 2050. We need to be very aware that the technology is not caught up and can only possibly do 1% of what we are asking it to do. We need to understand this, and we need to, when we write the rule, we need to understand that there will be promises made, but the promises cannot be executed. So any rule that we leverage with carbon capture will be empty. I'm asking you today to include the technology that exists today for lower emissions, include the technology that exists. And please, I want my daughters to have a future where they can fight. One of my daughters recently had heat stroke last year. She almost died. It wasn't because she didn't have water. It wasn't because she didn't hydrate. It wasn't because she didn't try to find a cool place. It was because the heat is so enormous at this point. We are experiencing climate change at such an accelerated pace that she, as a 10-year-old, almost died. And I want her to grow up to see a future where we actually, as adults, have done something. So I'm asking the EPA to have the strongest rules moving forward, and please execute responsibility and full rules, and do not promise something with technology that has not been delivered on an industrial scale. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much again.
Thank you.
So the next speaker is Michael Green.
Thanks. Yep, start my video. Sorry, I turned my video on by accident earlier and the host had disabled it. I think I'm okay now.
You're ready. Yep.
Thank you. So my name is Michael Green. Reaching out to you guys today from Woodstock, Vermont and Green Mountain State. I'm chair of the Climate and Energy Policy Group at the American Sustainable Business Network. It's based down here in DC. American Sustainable Business Network is a movement builder in partnership with businesses, investors, and the investor community. ASBN develops and advocates for solutions for policymakers, business leaders, and investors that support an equitable and regenerative future. Our business membership across the entire country makes up 250,000. I'm here to express my support for the Biden administration's proposed standards to cut climate pollution from coal and natural gas-fired power plants. EPA's proposal is a critically important step, and I encourage the agency to achieve greater cuts from pollution from more sources at a faster possible timeline in recognition to the threats of climate change in our business community. The administration must also take action to support businesses big and small by making a transition to a clean energy future. And they can do this by embracing clean electricity, and these rules play a critical part to that end. As proposed, these standards would slash carbon pollution by 617 million metric tons, provide $85 billion in net climate and public health benefits, and on an annual basis, the standards would avoid 1,300 premature deaths, 800 hospital visits to the ER, more than 300,000 asthma attacks, and as well as 66,000 lost workdays. The public health benefits don't just mean healthier communities, but it also means a healthier economy and a healthy business network. Climate change is also driving more frequent and intense extreme weather events, from hurricanes to heat waves, wildfires, and flooding. Businesses across the country are experiencing the impacts of the climate crisis firsthand on our workforce, supply chain, and daily operations. There is not an independent business community in the country that's not already feeling these impacts. Just last week, we saw these the impacts from the fires up in the north stretch all the way down to here in DC. It's just time for ambitious action. Our businesses are looking for leadership. For long, they've already been out front doing purchase power agreements and what they can within their own means to source renewable energy and clean energy. But we need support. We need more action from the federal government. Our climate can't wait, and our business community stands ready to support this rule and future actions by the EPA to do what is needed. We want to see action as soon as possible and finalize the strongest rules possible and standards to cut climate pollution from the power plants. Thank you so much for today, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today. Are there any questions for the speaker?
Yep.
So one thing, Mr. Green, I'll say is that you were sort of coming in and out a little bit. I think I got most of your testimony, but if you have written testimony that you would like to submit to the record, I think that would be helpful to make sure that we've captured your entire.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, we'll plan on doing that, and we also are doing comments and collections from our full business community to be submitted.
That'll be wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate the work you guys are doing.
Thank you. So the next two speakers are Almita Cooper and Alexander Malchow. And I apologize for mispronunciations.
I'm waiting for my video to be opened so I don't know if you can see me.
I cannot see you. I can hear you.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Almita Cooper, Almeta, Almita Cooper, Cooper. I live in Washington, D.C. I'm the national manager for health equity for Moms Clean Air Force. It's a national organization of 1.5 million moms, dads, and caregivers who are united in fighting to protect clean air and children's health. I thank the EPA and its staff for inviting public comment and remote testimony to allow members of the public to share our concerns about why the EPA's proposed standards and guidelines for fossil fuel powered plants are necessary and must be adopted this year. The proposed standards are vital to protecting all families and communities from the climate crisis and dangerous air and climate pollution. We know today that power plants are the source of about 1/4 of all the climate pollution in the U.S. Carbon dioxide, once in the atmosphere, stays there for a very long time, from 300 to 1,000 years. This means that EPA's immediate goal must be to stop the dumping of more CO2 into our air as quickly as possible. As EPA moves forward with adopting these standards, it's critical that the EPA receives input from and strengthens the safeguards for people living, working, and playing in the shadow of fossil-fueled power plants, especially those in Black and Brown communities who are disproportionately harmed by the air pollution that accelerates climate change and harms our health. Environmental justice communities near power plants are also often low-wealth communities that bear the worst impacts of climate change. EPA has the authority and responsibility to address this environmental injustice and must assure that these communities have input and protection against these ongoing health harms. As an African-American woman, and because of my lived experiences, I care deeply about environmental climate and health justice. I worry about the climate change that is affecting Black, Brown, and low-wealth communities. It is my fervent hope that EPA passes the strongest possible standards so that no new power plants come online without complying with strong carbon pollution controls, and that the existing coal and gas plants are held accountable for all the carbon pollution these power plants cause. In closing, I ask the EPA's decision makers to remember that real people, real children with names and families who love them are tied to the numbers and data you hear referenced in these hearings. These are real people who are being harmed right now, not in some distant future, by climate pollution caused by power plants. I urge the EPA to adopt the strongest possible standards in the final version of the rule, because this is the best way to protect our health, especially children, pregnant women, people aged 65 years and older, and others with health conditions that put them at risk. I urge the EPA to focus on setting robust, protective public health standards to limit the array of health-harming pollutants, including climate warming, carbon dioxide, dangerous particle pollution, smog-forming nitrogen oxides, and other toxic air pollutants that are billowing daily from the smokestacks of gas-fired power plants. The EPA has the authority under the Clean Air Act and the important responsibility on behalf of all of us and the environment to get the regulation of power plants right. The EPA has an unprecedented opportunity to do so now. We are too close to fail.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Are there questions from our panelists for the speaker? No. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Alexander Malchow.
We're not sure that person is in the room at this point in time, Nick.
Okay.
I'm unmuted, but I'm not Alexander.
Well, let's move.
Is that person speaking from the voice of Stacie Slay?
Yes.
Ah, okay. So we did not have the correct name here. So support, how would you like to proceed? Stacie Slay would be Alexander. Could you pronounce say your name, please?
Stacie Slay, STACIE-SLAY.
All right. I don't know if you are our next registered speaker would be Alexander Malchow. And we'll coordinate with you, Stacie, to make sure that you are on our speakers list. I think that might be the next person.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. All right, Nick, go ahead.
So the next two speakers are Tori Velasquez and Mimi Corchora. I again apologize for any mispronunciations.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about the carbon pollution standards from fossil fuel power plants. My name is Tori Velasquez, and I am the Government Affairs Fellow at the League of Conservation Voters and a Master's of Environmental Management student at the Nicholas School of the Environment. Throughout the testimonies that came before me, I'm sure you have heard many accounts of the countless harms and disasters that are caused by pollution from the fossil fuel industry throughout this country and around the world. All communities benefit from preventing the worst impacts of climate change. As many of us experienced as wildfire smoke from the north draped over half the country, there's nowhere climate change will not touch. These emissions reductions will help the US catch up to its global commitments and will help protect communities at home and abroad. The stronger our restrictions of greenhouse gas emissions, the better we can protect people and the environment from the worst symptoms of climate change, from wildfires to flooding, drought, sea level rise, and biodiversity loss. By setting limitations on harmful emissions from fossil fuel-powered plants, the EPA is fulfilling its duty to set carbon pollution standards, as it has been reaffirmed numerous times since Massachusetts versus the EPA. The best systems are ones that provide the greatest benefits and least harms to local communities and society as a whole. And ultimately, the purpose of these regulations is to protect communities from the grave impacts of carbon pollution. Local communities, including communities in coal and natural gas dominated industries, need not and should not be left behind in the transition to clean energy. I urge the EPA to meaningfully involve impacted communities in decision-making as central stakeholders, including tribes and communities in oil and gas industries and communities on the front line of climate change. While science has provided technologies to mitigate carbon dioxide pollution behind the fence line of power plants, the EPA must treat technologies such as carbon capture and hydrogen with caution and must not neglect to regulate the carbon emissions that occur in the production of alternative energy sources. And as we deliberate on these regulations, power plants continue to pollute communities and climate change inflicts further injury to our world. I urge the EPA to finalize stringent greenhouse gas regulations without delay. And thank you again for your time and attention.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions from the panelists? Okay, thank you very much. Next speaker.
Great. Awesome. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Mimi Wiracocha. That's spelled MIMIGUIRACOCHADNPRN. I am a public health nurse working as a manager of health promotions with the American Lung Association, and I reside in the southwest side of Chicago. First, thank you for the opportunity to share comments with you today on the proposal of standards to limit carbon pollution from power plants. Today, I urge you to strengthen the rule further and to ensure adequate enforcement and engagement with communities like my own. I work with primary care clinics throughout the country, educating them on guidelines-based asthma care. And as you may know, asthma is a chronic condition, meaning it never goes away. 13% of the country's population has ever been diagnosed with asthma, which is pretty significant. People with asthma are at an increased risk of asthma exacerbations that can result in emergency department visits, hospitalizations, and even death when they're exposed to environmental triggers such as pollution from power plants. I have partner clinics living near power plants all over the country whose patients rely on you for their ability to breathe clean and healthy air. Apart from the direct exposure to pollution from power plants, the communities that I work alongside are greatly impacted by the effects of climate change as well, which is only made worse by carbon emissions from power plants. Climate change is already harming US Americans' health, including my Southwest Side Chicago community, communities I work with throughout the country, family who lives in Central Illinois close to the power plants, my Western US, and now even East Coast clinic partners whose patients experience increased exacerbations when they battle with poor air quality from wildfires and others. Worsened air quality from these wildfire smokes, an increased risk of higher ozone pollution, stronger extreme weather events, increased spread of diseases, all which are worsened by those emissions from power plants, put health and lives at risk, and you have the power to mitigate that risk. And while everyone's health can be impacted, of course, some groups are particularly at risk of suffering from those effects of climate change, like children, the elderly, people who work outside, individuals with pre-existing health conditions such as asthma, low-wealth communities, and communities of color, all of which have often experienced those disproportionate health harms already stemming from climate change. The projections from EPA from their proposals to cut carbon pollution from existing coal and new natural gas fleets, as well as existing gas fleets, if achieved, can actually help us slow acceleration of climate change and help avoid even more catastrophic events in the future. So we need those strong power plant standards. The benefits would be huge, not just for people with health issues, but all of us who live in the US. As you've heard many give testimony every day, US Americans are struggling from the effects of these power plants. Now, while we do need stronger power plant standards, I also want to urge you to take all possible steps to mitigate health harms of carbon capture and sequestration, as well as the use of hydrogen. Ideally, we can prioritize the use of green hydrogen, which is made from 100% renewable energy, as opposed to hydrogen made from methane. That would be really helpful as well for our health. I also want to urge you to expand the number of plants that are covered under the proposal to achieve further reductions in pollution. So moving away from not just including those larger plants that operate more than 50% of the time annually, which leaves out most of the existing gas plants, to cover smaller plants that operate 40% more of the time, which would cover us closer to 80% of the fleet versus the current 14%, which is not enough, and lead to far greater emission reductions. Also, lastly, and very importantly, I support EPA requiring states to undertake meaningful engagement with communities that could be and are actually affected by power plant operations. Communities that live near power plants are exposed to disproportionate levels of pollution, exacerbating health harms. As I myself live and organize in Chicago's Southwest Side, I know what it's like to be disproportionately affected by poor outdoor air quality, as we live near major sources of pollution and are often not listened to or even invited to the table. It is imperative that we seek environmental justice by meaningfully engaging with communities that are impacted daily by power plant operations, providing outreach to the stakeholders, sharing information in a clear and concise manner that makes sense, and providing as much time as possible for them to provide input. So I really urge the EPA to finalize this rule no later than spring of 2024 to help save lives, emergency department visits, asthma onset symptoms, school absences, lost work days, and of course, all the other benefits from strengthening our carbon emissions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Are there any questions for the speaker? No. Okay. So the next two speakers are Stacie Slay and Russell Zerbo.
I choose myself. Hello, I'm Stacie Slay, STACIE-SLAY. I want to thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'm a private citizen. I live in the Four Corners area of New Mexico. I'm within 3 miles of the San Juan power plant, a coal-fired power plant. I have seen the devastation, the death, disease, and the out-and-out pollution all across the area just from this one plant. I find it sad that we never had to be a fossil fuel economy. We could have been a hydrogen economy all the way back to the mid 1800s. We had the ability to use hydrogen as our main fuel, and it would have been clean, renewable, doesn't give out all the heavy metals and all the pollution, all the soots, all the micro stuff that these power plants do. They're huge. They would make a great difference in climate improvement. We need to do everything we can right now. We have crazy weather out here. We're looking at our monsoon season next week, and yet they're talking about a high pressure system moving in and some of the hottest temperatures we might ever experience in our area. The weather's only going to get crazier until we turn this off. We have the ability to. I strongly urge you, as a private citizen, as an American, as a person on this planet, please enact the strongest rules you can. Make the timelines as soon as possible. Don't extend anything. Don't allow industry to sit there and tell you, hey, we can't do this. This is impossible. We can't pivot. It would be bad for us. None of that is true. The truth here is we have an opportunity, you have an opportunity to help lots of people, the environment all across the planet, let alone here in our country. I live in a place that could be the most beautiful place in the world if it wasn't for this eyesore. The children out here do science experiments that show if I place cotton balls here around my community, the closer I get to the power plant, the more disgusting they get. They go from white cotton balls to black cotton balls. And the heavy metals that I realize are in these cotton balls, the children, the people in this community, most people don't even know. People working at that power plant have died from cancer and other horrible diseases, all because they're exposed to fossil fuels. Hydrogen could fix all of this. That's not part of this. Y'all can take us a good step closer in telling power plants, you got to do something different. They can. They've been able to. You cannot make a rule so fast that they can't pivot and still make money. They'll find a way to do it. We just need some people to stand up and say, yes, I do care about people, the environment, and animals more than I care about profit. Because right now, the only thing that has stopped our country is profit, and not for everybody, profit for a few. If we fix our electric system and our fuels, we burn hydrogen in jet airplanes and cars, diesel trucks. We can do it all with hydrogen, and it's safer. It won't kill you from cancer. Hydrogen, it would take our economy and it'd give it a boost because the energy costs that we pay right now would be drastically cut. Hydrogen's renewable. Once we make the switch, it's damn near free. Please make the strongest rules you can. Go further. You can do it. You're the EPA. We count on you to protect our environment. If you won't do it, who will? Industry won't. Please help us.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions for the speaker?
No.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Russell Zerbo.
Hello. Russell Zerbo. I'm an advocate at the nonprofit Clean Air Council, headquartered in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where I'm currently speaking from. EPA's proposed rule to reduce climate-changing carbon dioxide pollution from new and existing power plants is the most significant measure ever taken under the Clean Air Act to avoid the worst effects of the climate crisis. However, strengthening the proposed rule is necessary to limit irreversible damage to the environment. First, EPA should only exempt coal plants from proposed CO2 reductions if they retire by 2028, not 2032. Next, hydrogen co-firing and carbon capture and sequestration requirements for new and existing gas-fired power plants should begin in 2030 at the latest. All hydrogen used for co-firing for all sizes of power plants should be required to be produced with 100% renewable energy known as green hydrogen. EPA must explicitly prohibit using any fossil fuels, including methane gas, to generate hydrogen because such fuels would create greenhouse gas pollution. In addition, EPA should require intermediate load power plants to also co-fire 96% green hydrogen by 2035 at the latest. Likewise, as a part of this rulemaking or a parallel rulemaking, EPA must create stringent air pollution standards around the transportation and underground sequestration of CO2. For this rule to be truly effective, all CO2 captured and sequestered from power plant emissions must be prevented from eventually leaking into the atmosphere. The EPA must require long-term monitoring for leakage at CO2 sequestration sites, which extends past the end of CO2 injection. EPA must also put strict requirements in place to ensure proper selection of sequestration sites, including specific requirements for adequate geological studies. EPA must also require power plants to establish a bond to cover long-term monitoring at sequestration facilities should the facility not continue proper monitoring. More crucially, power plants should be made jointly and severely liable for any future leakage from sequestration facilities, similar to the liability scheme created by CERCLA, commonly known as Superfund. By 2032, EPA must also require the same emission standards and compliance pathways for low load capacity power plants that only operate occasionally, as is being proposed to be required for larger load power plants. Many existing low load capacity power plants use highly polluting fuels like oil, and many are located in environmental justice areas where people of color and people with lower incomes are disproportionately exposed to the full spectrum of pollutants from fossil fuel fired power plants. Power plants that operate at a lower load generate significantly more air pollution per unit of electricity generated, including CO2 and locally harmful co-pollutants. Exempting these pollutants from the proposed rule gives them an unfair competitive advantage over more stringently regulated plants, which could perpetuate harm to EJ communities. Similarly, the nameplate capacity of all power plants required to make significant CO2 reductions as a part of this rulemaking should be lowered from 300 megawatts to 25 megawatts to align with current new source performance standards. There are many gas-fired power plants with a nameplate capacity smaller than 300 megawatts, particularly in Pennsylvania. Lastly, the rule must explicitly state that coal waste plants, including those repurposed to generate cryptocurrency, are required to meet the standards set for coal-fired steam generating power plants. Because there are exceptions for coal waste plants in other contexts, not specifying their inclusion unnecessarily risks legal challenges. This is particularly important for Pennsylvania, which hosts many of the nation's extremely polluting coal waste power plants. Thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions for the speaker? Thank you. The next two speakers are Paul Getty and Hunter Knopfsinger.
Yes, this is Paul.
Okay. I don't see you. I don't know if you are trying to turn on your camera or I hear you. Okay.
There you go.
There you are. There you go.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for your work. And thank you for taking my comments today as a concerned citizen. My name is Paul M. Getty, P-A-U-L-M-G-E-T-T-Y, and I'm a licensed professional engineer registered in Arizona. I support EPA's greenhouse gas standards, and I urge the EPA to enact the strongest possible standards to cut greenhouse gas emissions from electrical power plants. After all, the EPA's responsibility is to protect health, safeguard the environment, and ensure clean air. That includes climate change. Climate change is overtaking us, and we have lost 8 years since the Supreme Court undermined the 2015 Clean Power Plan. Had we kept with that plan, power plant greenhouse gas emissions would have been reduced by 32% over 2005 levels by the year 2030. Correcting our greenhouse emergency on Earth will take a considerable number of years. As an example, think of the ozone hole that we found in the Earth's atmosphere. As an example, within another 4 decades, that man-made ozone hole in our atmosphere could be completely mended. This resulted from an agreement to stop using Freon-type refrigerants back in 1987. If you do the math, it took 40 years to create the problem, and it's going to take 80 years to correct it. That's a similar analogy to the carbon dioxide that we're pumping into our atmosphere. Fossil fuel burning and the resulting carbon emissions have been occurring now for well over 100 years. Time is now our enemy. We have a crisis. Dr. James Hansen of NASA has already been warning the US, the Earth, that we have exceeded our carbon budget. Quoting from Dr. Hansen, he says, if humanity wishes to preserve a planet similar to that on which civilization developed and to which life on Earth has adapted, the evidence suggests that CO2 will need to be reduced from above 400 parts per million in our atmosphere to at most 350 parts per million. Your work is important to help us get there. We must immediately restrict the carbon pollution from power plants into our air. This is technologically feasible now, and we must seriously act as if our lives depended on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Are there questions for the speaker from the panelists? Thank you very much. Yep. Our next speaker is Hunter Knopfsinger.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. My name is Hunter Knopfsinger. It's spelled HUNTERNOFFSINGER. And I'm a community outreach coordinator with the Sierra Club Virginia chapter. I'm speaking today in support of the proposed climate pollution standards for fossil fuel power plants. EPA's climate pollution standards equip us with yet another tool to meet our goals to ensure a safe and habitable planet for the future. In combination with legislative efforts, these standards will work together to deliver meaningful action on climate change and public health. Carbon emissions from power plants are one of the driving forces behind climate change. I live in Norfolk, Virginia, where we feel the effects of climate change on almost a daily basis, as we are just about completely surrounded by water. All it takes is a regular high tide to make roads impassable, flood homes and cars, and cause damage to the city. I grew up in Hampton Roads. I know it hasn't always been like this, and I know why it is like this now. It's from climate change. Climate change is causing sea levels to rise at this rate, and I'm just waiting for the day that I'm forced to leave my hometown because it will soon be underwater. We know there isn't a single rule or a single piece of legislation that will solve all our pollution problems, but strong carbon pollution standards for power plants will help deliver meaningful results. These safeguards, alongside the Inflation Reduction Act's investments in clean energy and other public health and environmental rules from EPA, are part of a suite of tools to reduce U.S. greenhouse gas emissions, improve public health, and accelerate the transition to clean energy. For too long, polluters have been allowed to pass on the true impacts of their dirty fuels, taking advantage of weak standards, loopholes, and lax enforcement. But EPA's proposed standards finally require coal and gas plants to reckon with their climate pollution, just as fence line and frontline communities have been forced to for decades. I urge the EPA to finalize the strongest possible standards for climate pollution as fast as possible. We don't have time to wait for a miracle. We need to take every step possible to reduce our carbon emissions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us today. Are there any questions from the panelists? Okay, thank you very much. The next two speakers are Miela Mars and Ranaika Weimer.
Hello, my name is Carolina Bustos. I am actually speaking for my mother today, Miela Bustos. She is currently having some sickening, and so she's not able to speak because of her allergies. Again, my name is Carolina Bustos. I am speaking on the behalf of Mayela Mares. My mother, she lives in Southeast Houston, and she works as a teacher aide for disabled children at a local school. I am speaking on her behalf with Eco Madres and Moms Clean Air Force. This is her wording. She says, I support the carbon rule, and I am calling on the EPA to finalize the strongest possible standards to help protect our families from harmful air pollution that contributes to climate change and impacts health. The EPA must strengthen community input and safeguards in the final version of this rule. Although this rule mostly addresses climate impacts, it will also result in the reduction of other forms of health-harming air pollution emitted from power plants like particle pollution, also known as soot, sulfur dioxide, and smog-forming nitrogen oxide. Climate change also worsens air quality. Ground level ozone pollution, also known as smog, forms easily in hotter temperatures and stagnant air. Smog and particle pollutions can have serious health effects, including asthma attacks, heart attacks, and even early death. During the month of May, Houston saw about 3 straight weeks of high ozone levels. By addressing climate change, this rule will help address air pollution indirectly as well. As someone who struggles with chronic conditions and respiratory problems, I'm affected by air pollution, whether it comes out of a tailpipe, like the one on the school bus I ride every day, or from one of the many oil refineries and chemical plants on the Houston Ship Channel near where I work. On some days, I struggle to breathe. It limits my physical movement. This is unacceptable for me, for the students I work with, and for my grandchildren, one of whom struggles with poor health. Communities like mine suffer the consequences of pollution. It's worse for those of us who live closest to Houston's heavy industry, but the city has some of the worst air in the country, within the top 5%. Our communities are within the top 5% most vulnerable in the US. The EPA just downgraded Houston again for failing to meet ozone standards. In 2030 alone, the proposed standards would prevent approximately 1,300 premature deaths, more than 300,000 cases of asthma attacks, 38,000 school absence days, and 66,000 lost workdays. I am excited to see more solutions to pollution. My community needs even more investments in clean energy and transportation, because everything we do to improve the quality of air improves the quality of our lives, especially the lives of people who have traditionally been sacrificed and who are already suffering from other personal burdens, such as poor access to healthcare and low income. Our health and happiness depend on it. I've learned that nothing is more precious or important than our health. It's why I joined Eco Madres, so I could speak up about the health of Latino families just like mine. Thank you so much for your time and interest in my story.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Bustos, can you please state your name and spell it for the record? Just
Yes,
so that we
sir.
have.
Yes, sir. Carolina Bustos, Carolina, Bustos, B as in boy, USTOS.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker from our panelists? No. Thank you very much for delivering the testimony on your mother's behalf.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ranaika Weimer.
Hi. So I'll go ahead and spell my name. Ranaika, Renika, and Weimer, Weimer. Weimer. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ranaika Weimer, and I am the Southwestern Pennsylvania Outreach Coordinator for Pennsylvania Interfaith Power and Light. I am here because we aim to inspire and mobilize people of faith and conscience to take bold and just action on climate change. And we represent a national religious response to the threat of climate change. We're unique in that we see climate change and pollution as a moral issue, one that demands a response from people of faith. But I am also here because I grew up at the intersection of many different faiths. People in my family came from varied places and traditions. And so I know personally that people of faith are in a unique position to step into the power of hope and foster it as we address the climate crisis and the pollution crisis. Across faith traditions, we find a call to justice that urges us towards stewardship of the environment and the people who live within it, particularly those who are most vulnerable. Cutting carbon pollution puts us one step closer to fulfilling this goal. President Biden and the EPA have a moral and scientific duty to listen to frontline communities by implementing the strongest possible standards to protect our neighborhoods and cut carbon pollution from fossil fuel power plants. This is a critical step that must be taken to secure a clean environment for the next generation. I am part of a generation that has, unfortunately, felt let down by those who came before. And when I think about stewardship as a faith value, I think about how important it is to leave behind a world that future generations can thrive in. I know that I want to do my part so that the next generation feels inspired by this work and dedication rather than forsaken. This is a critical moment in which the EPA can commit to safeguarding our future against carbon pollution. The faithful calling to environmental justice puts me here today to demand that the administration finalize the strongest possible plan to protect us from carbon pollution. I live in Pittsburgh, a city that has been disproportionately affected by this pollution. It experiences extreme flooding and is overburdened by low air quality. Most people know someone who has asthma or have it themselves. And children who live near sources of pollution in Allegheny County have a 22% rate of asthma, while the national average is 8 to 10%. This is not normal. And the strongest possible standards must be set to protect our frontline communities who are the most affected by pollution. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your time. You'll forgive me, I'm not able to come off camera today.
That's okay. Thank you, testimony. Are there any questions for the speaker? Thank you very much. The next two speakers are Shruti Macharaju and Michelle Bloodworth.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Shruti Macharaju. That's SHRUTIMACHIRAJU. I'm a climate fellow with Change the Chamber, and I live in Houston, Texas. Today, I would like to express my strong support for the Biden administration's proposed standards to decrease climate pollution from coal and natural gas-fired power plants. These power plants are significant contributors to carbon emissions, which are driving climate change. Here in Texas, these standards will be crucial to tackling climate change and addressing dirty power plants. I'm here because I'm concerned about the impacts climate pollution is having in Texas, particularly in my hometown. Texas is known to be the #1 state in total carbon emissions. This fact is felt every day in Houston. Due to our lack of zoning laws, several neighborhoods are located near power plants where residents are forced to live amongst high levels of carbon and other pollutants. Many of these pollutants have been linked to respiratory illnesses, and a single power plant in the Houston area contributed to over 200 premature deaths in 1 year. Additionally, carbon emissions from power plants are contributing immensely to climate change, which is propelling natural disasters to become more severe and more frequent in the Houston area. I experienced this firsthand when Hurricane Harvey swept through the Gulf Coast region of Texas when I was 16 years old. I quickly found myself frantically wading through knee-deep water to get to safety, unaware that I would not be able to live in my own home for over 4 months. I soon realized this is only a tiny fraction of the damage caused by the hurricane, as many lost their homes for a second or third time and over 100 people lost their lives. Climate disasters have not stopped hitting Texas since then. We've had tornadoes, extreme flooding, multiple winter storms, and we're currently experiencing a heat wave, with many areas hitting triple-digit temperatures today. It is devastating to note that unless we curb the impacts of climate change, future natural disasters and extreme weather will create even more destruction and take many more lives. The EPA's proposal to curtail climate pollution from power plants marks a critical step forward. and the most robust possible standards must be finalized considering the imminent threat that is climate change. These standards will not only benefit our health, the climate, and communities all across the country, but they are also necessary to put the United States on track to meet the President's pledge to cut climate pollution in half by 2030. I urge you to move swiftly to finalize the strongest possible climate pollution standards for power plants by early 2024. Thank you once again for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions from the panelists for the speaker? Okay, thank you. The next speaker is Michelle Bloodworth.
Thank you. It's Michelle Bloodworth, Michelle. The red stuff, blood, BLOODWORTH. Well, good afternoon. My name is Michelle Bloodworth, and I'm president and CEO of America's Power, which advocates for coal electricity and its supply chain. Let me first start by expressing our disappointment that the EPA is extending the comment deadline by only 15 days. This means that EPA is allowing the public less than 3 months to analyze and comment on a very complicated proposal with profound consequences that the agency has spent at least 2 years developing. Coal plants provide affordable baseload electricity, secure fuel supplies, essential reliability services, and other reliability attributes as they contribute to energy diversity. However, EPA rules are forcing coal retirements and increasing the risk of electricity shortages and other reliability problems. EPA has been implementing a revised CCR rule, finalized an ozone transport rule, provide a revised effluent limitation guidelines, revised mercury and air toxic standards, and certainly the Clean Power Plan 2.0. We estimate that EPA rules collectively will cause coal retirements to rise sharply during 2026 to 2032 and exacerbate the risk of grid reliability problems. Today, the nation's coal fleet totals approximately 188,000 megawatts and provides approximately 20% of this nation's electricity. EPA projects that the coal fleet will total less than 60,000 megawatts by 2030 because of this rule, the Inflation Reduction Act, and a handful of other EPA rules. EPA's projections, which we believe understate future coal retirements, show that the nation's coal fleet will be dangerously small by 2030, if not earlier. This rule is intended to replace EPA's 2015 Clean Power Plan, which was rejected by the U.S. Supreme Court as an overreach. This rule is also an overreach because it would re-engineer the nation's power grid, just as the original CPP attempted to do so. The proposal would have an unprecedented impact on the coal fleet, which must comply with this proposal by January the 1st, 2030. The ridiculously tight compliance deadlines and the enormous costs this compliance would mean more premature coal retirements and a greater odds of electricity shortages. Because of this rule, we estimate that more than 100,000 megawatts of coal nationwide are at risk of an even earlier retirement date than is reflected in EPA's projections. EPA's modeling concluded that it would not cause any resource adequacy problems. However, EPA's model is designed to never project resource inadequacy because the model simply adds replacement capacity to offset the retiring capacity, regardless of whether this new replacement capacity would actually be built in the real world and provide the same accredited capacity value and reliability attributes as the coal fleet, such as fuel security. This rule is intended to help decarbonize the U.S. electric grid and presumably reduce the effects of climate change. However, the proposal would reduce global greenhouse gas emissions by only 0.1%. Currently, China has announced or has under development almost 366,000 megawatts of coal generating capacity. That means the entire U.S. coal fleet, which EPA and the administration are attempting to eliminate, is only half the size of the new generating capacity that China is adding to its already enormous coal fleet. In closing, we urge EPA to analyze the reliability impacts of its rules and develop reasonable rules that do not cause more coal retirements that contribute to reliability problems. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today.
Thank you for speaking, providing testimony. And you mentioned in your testimony several instances where it sounded like maybe you've done some independent analysis and certainly we encourage you to include that in your written comments. Are there any questions from the panelists? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next two speakers are Rachel Chang and Karen Pohl.
Hello, thank you. My name is Rachel Chang, spelled R-A-C-H-E-L, Chang, C-H-A-N-G, and I'm with the Center for American Progress. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today on EPA's greenhouse gas performance standards for new and existing power plants, which are absolutely crucial to mitigating climate change and reducing emissions from the power sector. The power sector is responsible for 25% of US greenhouse gas emissions and emits other criteria pollutants that pose public health threats that disproportionately harm Black and Brown communities. As exemplified by last week's catastrophic air pollution across the East Coast from wildfires fueled by the increasing effects of climate change, it is abundantly clear that the climate crisis is impacting us right now. It is EPA's responsibility under Section 111 of the Clean Air Act to promulgate strong emission standards for fossil fuel-fired power plants. These standards, based on commercially available control technologies as proposed, are an important step in reducing emissions from the power sector. But EPA can and should set more stringent standards to achieve greater pollution and greenhouse gas emission reductions. First, EPA must increase the scope of gas plants that are covered under the rule. Analysis has found that the current existing gas rule would only cover 7% of natural gas plants and less than 30% of emissions. EPA should reduce the capacity and capacity factor specifications to increase the scope of existing gas plants subject to emission standards. Increasing coverage is cost-effective and would still maintain a wide margin of plants to support grid reliability. EPA should also lower the capacity factor categorization levels for new gas plants. With a baseload threshold of around 50%, it would be relatively easy for plants to modestly reduce their operations to move into the intermediate load category with a far lower emission standard. EPA should reduce the capacity factors across all load categories to ensure there are no loopholes for plants to avoid substantive action on reducing their carbon emissions. Second, EPA should accelerate the timelines for plants to comply with emission standards, moving up deadlines from 2035. EPA must also strictly and rigorously enforce the increments of progress on installing these control technologies, as well as enforce the retirement milestones for coal plants. EPA should set these legally enforceable deadlines rather than leaving it to state discretion to ensure that interim steps are taken in this decade for all plants. Third, to the degree that hydrogen is a part of the BSER, EPA must uphold strict definitions of low GHG hydrogen. The nature of these definitions are intertwined with the Treasury Department's forthcoming guidance on the 45B tax credit. However, if Treasury's guidelines are too lax and allow loopholes or excessive upstream emissions, EPA must set stronger baseline standards to ensure true emission reductions. If EPA gets this wrong and does not pass stringent guidelines for hydrogen, it could potentially increase emissions, which would undermine the purpose of the 111 standards, reverse course on climate change and commitments to environmental justice, and put public health and safety at risk. Finally, EPA must require and enforce strong community protections. This should include rigorous continuous monitoring and verification of carbon and other pollutant emissions from power plants. Meaningful engagement of community members must be included and enforced in all state plans for all covered plants and BSER pathways. EPA must ensure that the voices of communities that have been harmed by the fossil fuel industry for far too long are heard. And as directed by President Biden in his new environmental justice executive order, EPA has a responsibility to ensure that every person has clean air, clean water, and an environment that is healthy, sustainable, and free from harmful pollution. We urge EPA to finalize the strongest possible standards to reduce harmful emissions from the power sector, mitigate climate change, and protect public health. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify and provide input on this proposed rule.
Thank you very much for testifying today. Are there questions from our panelists for the speaker? Okay. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Karen Pohl.
My name is Karen Pohl. That's K-A-R-E-N-P-O-H-L. I'm a private citizen. I'm a grandmother of 2 preschoolers. I live in California, and I'm here to ask you to finalize the strongest carbon standards possible. Here in California, my daily life has already been impacted by multiple year droughts, heat waves, and the resulting wildfires. I don't live close to the forest, but smoke from forest fires in other parts of the state have blanketed the skies, even here, causing even healthy people to stay inside and to wear a mask if we do have to go outside. Ash fell from the sky as we watched on TV the distant towns and forests that were burning, and we heard of friends who had to flee the flames in the middle of their night as their houses burned. Scientists tell us that climate change is greatly increased by burning fossil fuels. This uptick in extreme weather is scary enough in my lifetime. If we don't stop putting carbon into the atmosphere, it will only get worse. I can't help but worry about the future of my grandkids and their grandkids and life on Earth in general. You must finalize the strongest carbon standards possible by improving on your proposal to require greater reductions from existing gas plants and to secure emission reductions from all fossil power plants on a faster timeline. By doing so, we can take a substantial step towards stopping climate change and safeguarding the Earth for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time today. Are there questions for the speaker? Thank you very much. Our next two speakers are Miles Duffy and Bruce Stevens.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Miles Duffy. That's MYLES DUFFY. I live here in Washington, D.C., and I want to testify in support of the Biden administration's proposed standards to cut climate pollution, especially from coal and natural gas fired power plants. And I'm here as a son and as a parent. I'm what many people would call a member of the sandwich generation. And I'm really deeply concerned about the way climate change is driving more and more extreme weather. And I know this is a bold first step to begin to tackle the climate crisis that we find ourselves in. And I just want to say, my mother is in her 80s and very impacted by extreme heat. She's in an old house, and I also worry about flooding in her community as well. And then I myself have two children under 6 years old who I know for the rest of their lives will be dealing with the devastating impacts of climate change. And I just want to say, I think we cannot truly predict or even imagine what those consequences will be as my kids grow up. And as many people have said today, just days ago, many people on the East Coast were dealing with dangerous smoke from wildfires hundreds of miles away from another country, in fact, is a great reminder that just how unpredictable climate change is and just how much there are health impacts, immediate health impacts, as much as there are long-term impacts. Now, I know coal and natural gas power plants are one of the largest sources of carbon pollution that is driving climate change. So I know every day that we wait, the crisis is getting worse. So I really urge the EPA and the Biden administration to move as swiftly as possible. And I know there was some testimony asking for delaying the process and for dragging this out. And I think that would really be a horrible mistake. I think these standards are a strong first step. I am worried about safeguards, especially on risky and untested technologies like hydrogen co-firing and carbon capture. And I've heard that from many other people who have testified today. And everything I've read shows that these are really risky and untested, and especially for communities that live near power plants, which because of the legacy of redlining and discrimination in housing is often Black and brown communities. Those communities are gonna bear the brunt of the toxic pollution from these power plants and these untested technologies. So I would like to see very strong safeguards. I think, in summary, I think this EPA proposal is a critical step forward Want to see the emission reductions that all the scientists say are really necessary. Want to see the strongest possible rule on climate pollution stance from power plants by early 2024. And again, I'm grateful to the Biden administration and for the EPA for everything you do to protect our air and our climate, for myself, for my family, both my aging mother and for my kids who will be dealing with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Are there any questions for the speaker? The next speaker is, let's see, Bruce Stevens.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to provide input. My name is Bruce Stevens. It's BRUCESTEVENS, and I have a consulting firm in Indiana called Resource Services, LLC. I believe the proposed new greenhouse gas emissions limits on existing coal plants proposed rule needs significant modification. I do not oppose CCS in any way, but it simply is not available as of today as a viable alternative. Yet EPA wishes to mandate a 90% capture rate for units that plan to operate into the 2040s. My experience has been that CCS, as with battery storage, is considered by many to always be just around the corner. Unfortunately, that corner has not yet been turned. EPA wishes to require natural gas co-firing of 40% for units planned to retire between 2023 and 2039. That simply will not be possible. That would require utilities to construct gas turbines at existing coal plants. Gas turbines are expensive to construct, and state utility regulatory authorities simply are not going to approve this construction in conjunction with an operating coal plant, as the ratepayer will be strapped for the new construction plus the undepreciated assets of the existing coal plant. The rule, unfortunately, will not cause significant reduction in global greenhouse gas emissions. Even though EPA references lofty statistics, the truth of the matter is that greenhouse gas absolutely is a global issue. Greenhouse gas does not honor country boundaries. To put it into perspective, the last I understood was China burns around 4 billion tons of coal each year, and India is around 1 billion tons. The United States burns just over 500 million. Without meaningful global restrictions, the only thing this rule will do is impact our economy by putting us at an economic disadvantage. Ultimately, this rule will be all economic pain without global environmental gain. It will cause utilities to make quick decisions on what their fuel mix will be, leading to significant job losses and increased utility rates. Many energy leaders, including those from agencies that oversee reliability, have recently stated concern of not having adequate electricity at times in the future. EPA needs to take these experts' concerns into account as this rulemaking goes forward. I do appreciate the opportunity to input on this proposed rule, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Are there questions for the speaker? Thank you. The next speaker is Sarah McBride.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Sarah McBride. I'm the program coordinator for media and public engagement with Moms Clean Air Force, and I live in St. Petersburg, Florida. I am testifying today in strong support of EPA's proposal to limit carbon pollution from fossil fuel power plants. Please finalize these critical standards as quickly as possible. Power plants are responsible for roughly a quarter of the climate pollution in the US, meaning that cutting pollution from these sources could help us make significant strides in tackling the climate crisis. Although I now live in Florida, I only just moved here from Falmouth, Massachusetts, a small town on Cape Cod. Falmouth is a coastal town that sits 10 feet above sea level, making it extremely vulnerable to the impacts of climate change-driven sea level rise. This worries me a lot. My family and closest friends still live there, and floods can be extremely dangerous. The peak of a flooding event is dangerous, but so is the aftermath, which can include waterborne illness, contaminated drinking water, and increased risk of respiratory diseases due to mold. Research shows that flooding events have a significant impact on the health of children and pregnant women, and experiencing a climate-related crisis or even just living with the threat of one can lead to stress, trauma, and anxiety. As a new coastal Florida resident, I worry about my own safety too. When choosing an apartment, I opted to pay extra for a unit on an upper level because I was warned that lower level apartments could flood during a hurricane. I'm lucky to have the resources to choose a less flood-prone place to live. Many do not get this choice. Some parts of St. Petersburg are already experiencing significant flooding. I have a friend here who has lived in a very flood-prone area for about 10 years now. Just last week, when a relatively mild storm hit, she had to cancel our plans because the streets around her home were so flooded she couldn't drive. She says this happens all the time nowadays, but it didn't used to. If this kind of flooding happens during a mild weather event, I worry about how she and her family would fare during a hurricane, especially since climate change is making hurricanes more intense. The recent United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report made clear that the window to prevent the worst impacts of the climate crisis is rapidly closing. I'm not interested in finding out what these worst impacts are, which is why I'm here today to support this rule and call on EPA to finalize the strongest possible standards while also strengthening community input and safeguards. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you for taking the time. Are there questions for the speaker? No? Okay, thank you. The next speaker is Matthew Davis.
Hello. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Matthew Davis, and I'm the Vice President of Federal Policy at the League of Conservation Voters, and I'm a former EPA career employee. So thank you very much to my former colleagues at the EPA for this opportunity to testify and for this proposal to regulate emissions from power plants. I'm going to present some of my testimony and also relay a story from a volunteer of our state affiliate in North Carolina League of Conservation Voters, who I attempted to swap my testimony slot with and was unable to do so. So I will also be referencing some of her comments as well. So first, I want to commend the EPA for this hard work. I know how much work went into creating this proposed rule. These are, of course, standards that are long time coming and much needed. The power sector up until now has basically been unregulated for carbon emissions because of the court striking down the Clean Power Plan. And while we are happy that the agency is moving forward, we believe that the rules need to be strengthened when they are finalized. And I will run through a few of those areas where we encourage you and urge you to strengthen so that the U.S. can deliver on our climate commitments to the world, and that the Biden administration can also deliver on their environmental justice commitments. So first, I think the EPA must speed up their timelines for compliance in the various categories of power plants. I think it's really unrealistic for coal-fired power plants to be able to run as long as was outlined in the proposal without any emissions reductions required. So I think an earlier retirement date for coal-fired power plants, for example, is one of the things that you should look at. And also existing gas plants should have to take action earlier than 2035. Second, EPA should expand the scope, the reach of what power plants are covered by these rules, specifically for existing gas plants, with only the very largest units being covered, those units that are the largest and run the most. EPA is only capturing around a quarter of emissions. We think that the size of the unit needs to be decreased closer to 100 to 150 megawatts. and that the runtime, the capacity factor, be reduced closer down to 40%. And then third, we think that the EPA needs to take on so-called peaker power plants and ensure that they are reducing their emissions in addition to the other size power plants and those plants that run more frequently. And then, I think overall, we commend you for adding an extra day and adding a little time on the comment period so that more communities can weigh in. We think it's absolutely critical that communities weigh in. Chinita Johnson from the Winston Community Association really wanted to make sure that I communicate that Duke Energy really consider the health and environment of any place where they're looking to build infrastructure. I think this is a good message for the EPA to hear. Anytime there's going to be continued operation of a power plant or other infrastructure like carbon capture sequestration or like hydrogen to fuel these power plants, that the community be able to have the input and that they be listened to so that we minimize the impact. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much for providing your testimony. Are there any questions from panelists? Okay.
No questions.
Thank you. We'd like to add, I think that might be the last speaker. If there are additional speakers, if you could please notify the support staff. If you'd like to speak, we have a little bit of extra time before we need to stop at 4 o'clock. So we can accommodate additional speakers if there's a desire. Okay, so we're gonna take a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 4 o'clock, assess our situation, and if there's an additional speaker, then we'll make time for an additional speaker. Otherwise, we will be in recess. So we're going to stop for 15 minutes, take a 15-minute break. Come back at 4 o'clock. Okay. It appears that we have not gotten requests to speak, and so we are ending today's session. My name is Nick Hudson, and I am the group leader for the Energy Strategies Group in the EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards within the Office of Air and Radiation, and I've been chairing this session today. I want to thank my fellow panelists, everyone who has offered testimony today, and everyone who took time out of their schedules to listen to today's public hearing on EPA's proposed greenhouse gas standards and guidelines for fossil fuel-fired power plants. As a reminder, you can submit written comments on this proposal through August the 8th. We will now take a recess. The next session will begin at 5 o'clock. Thank you.
Welcome to the public hearing for EPA's proposed greenhouse gas standards and guidelines for fossil fuel power plants. My name is Stephanie Grumet. I am the Senior Policy Advisor for the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards, and I will be chairing this session of the virtual public hearing. During today's hearing, we will take comment on EPA's proposed GHG standards and guidelines for fossil fuel fired power plants. EPA is proposing Clean Air Act emissions limits and guidelines for carbon dioxide from fossil fuel fired plants based on cost-effective and available control technologies. These proposals will set limits for new gas-fired combustion turbines, existing coal, oil, and gas-fired steam generating units, and certain existing gas-fired combustion turbines. I'd like to invite our other two panelists from EPA to introduce themselves. Brian Keveney.
Thank you. I'm Brian Keveney. I'm an economist in the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards.
Chris Werner.
My name is Chris Werner. I'm an engineer in the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards.
Thank you. We are also joined today by our court reporter who will produce a written transcript of today's hearing. We will add the transcript to the public docket for this proposed rulemaking and will carefully consider your comments as we develop a final rule. And before we begin hearing from you, we have a few ground rules and housekeeping items to review to help make today's hearing run smoothly. First, EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. We want to hear your views on the proposed rule today. However, the agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or sustained disruption of this public hearing. EPA expects everyone participating in this hearing, including registered speakers, attendees, and those of us on this panel, to conduct themselves in a respectful and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. Please note, by registering for this event, you are agreeing to abide by the ground rules of this virtual hearing. And those include the following. Please remain muted with your camera off until it is your turn to speak. And we ask that everyone's displayed Zoom name include their first and last names. And this will help our logistics team quickly identify when the registered speakers have arrived so that we can add them to the lineup of speakers. So let's move on to the way today's hearing will work. If you've joined us through Zoom, please keep the chat box open. It is at the bottom of your screen. We will put the names of the next speakers in the chat box. We also may use the chat box to communicate directly with you during the hearing. I will call on each speaker when it is their turn. Let me apologize in advance for any mispronunciations. There are likely to be a few. When I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. And if you're joining us from Zoom, that button is in the lower left-hand part of your screen. And if you're joining us by phone, you can mute and unmute by *6. Please state your first and last name and then spell it for the record if you don't mind. Please speak slowly so our court reporter can capture your entire testimony. When you are providing testimony, you are welcome to activate your video camera by clicking the Start Video box icon at the bottom of your left screen. If you are not testifying, please do keep your camera off. Each speaker will have 4 minutes to convey their comments. A 4-minute timer that's color-coded will be displayed on the screen to help you keep track of your time. The timer will start when you state your name. And when your 4 minutes are up, it is time to stop. If you are testifying by phone, the timekeeper will alert you when you have 1 minute remaining. And to be fair to everyone, we really do have to strictly enforce the 4-minute rule. If you have additional items you would like to share, such as a slide presentation or videos, you may submit them to the docket, which we've extended to August 8th. And we encourage you to also submit a written copy of today's testimony that you provide, and we will post information on how to submit the written comments in the chat box throughout the hearing. We are here to listen to you today. However, panel members may ask qualifying questions on your comments. I will give them an opportunity to do so at the end of your 4-minute period. So when you are finished speaking, please remain on the line until I confirm there are no further questions from the panel members. And once we are done, please remute your line and turn off your camera. I will then call on the next speaker and so on. And then if there are no, at the point in the hearing when there are no additional speakers, we may close the session 15 minutes after the last registered speaker has testified, and we may also take short breaks as needed. Thank you again for taking the time to share your comments on EPA's proposal. And with that, we can get started. Our first two speakers will be Scott Strand and John Barton. Scott. Why don't we start with John Barton while we wait for Scott Strand? Because I see John turned his camera on, if that's okay.
Sure, thanks, Stephanie. My name is John Barton. I'm the director of the Climate and Environmental Justice Program at the Service Employees International Union. I'm going to be reading testimony today of Maria Castaneda. Maria is the Senior Executive Vice President of 1199 SEIU, the nation's largest union of healthcare workers, representing some 450,000 caregivers across the East Coast. So, Maria's comments: the environmental and climate challenges facing our country and the world have immediate and long-term impacts on the health of every community, which is why our union is so committed to ensuring strong standards to curb pollution. The consequences of inaction are dire, as environmental degradation intersects with many other urgent economic and social crises, including growing income inequality and racial disparities, educational and health outcomes, and overall quality of life. In fact, the World Health Organization estimates that between 2030 and 2050, climate change will cause 250,000 additional deaths globally per year from malnutrition, malaria, diarrhea, and heat stress. No nation will be spared from the effects of climate disaster, yet it is the poor and marginalized groups who face the greatest threat. The National Institutes of Health has cited multiple studies of heat, extreme cold, hurricanes, flooding, and wildfires, which find evidence that people of color, including Black, Latinx, Native American, Pacific Islander, and Asian communities, are at the higher risk of climate-related health impacts. In my home state of New York, asthma prevalence is higher among communities of color, who often live in areas with higher levels of air pollution and in substandard housing. Many schools, workplaces, and homes lack adequate air conditioning, which impacts productivity, sleep, and the ability of our children to learn. One study analyzing standardized testing in the New York City school system found a major correlation between test scores and ambient temperatures in rooms. As a union of healthcare workers, we see every day how climate change affects the health outcomes of our patients, exacerbates inequalities, and threatens our economic future. 1199 SEIU urges strong standards to cut climate pollution from coal and natural gas-fired power plants, to limit air pollution and shift our economy toward greener and renewable sources of energy. As proposed, these standards would drastically cut carbon pollution by 617 million metric tons, provide up to $85 billion in net climate and public health benefits. On an annual basis, the standard would avoid 1,300 premature deaths, 800 hospital and ER visits, more than 300,000 asthma attacks, and 38,000 school absences and 66,000 lost workdays. This is a matter of basic public health that must be undertaken to save lives, protect our economy, and save our planet for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, do you have any questions? Okay, hearing none. Thank you. Our next panelist will be Jovan Houston.
Hello, how are you? Hello, hi, my name is Jovan Houston. I'm an airport worker at Los Angeles Airport. I'm also a proud member of United Service Workers West. It's a local union to Service Workers International Union. Cutting climate pollution from coal and gas-fired power plants and the proposal at these standards has my full support. We do not have time to wait any longer. I urge you to finalize this rule and others by early next year so that we can cut climate pollution in half by 2030. As President Biden promised, Addressing these issues are very personal to me. I have COPD and I am not a smoker. My doctor said things may get worse by the poor air quality we breathe today. And on hot days, it is 10 times worse. My son also suffers from asthma, and there's many days that he missed school because of poor air quality. The impact on Black and Brown people are much more likely impacted by pollution and health problems. I understand by enacting in this rule, removing 617 million metric tons of carbon from the air, which is like to take 130 million cars off the road. This is going to be a big impact. It is also project that saving 1,300 lives and preventing 30 asthma attacks every year. All of our pollution industries need to start to clean up the air and act, including airlines. But today, rules on power plants and driving change across our economy today. Thank you for hearing my testimony. And it is important that the rules be finalized in a strong possible form by early next year. There's no time to wait. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, do you have any questions? Okay, our next speaker will be Richard Siglet.
Can you hear me?
We can, Richard.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. Hello, my name is Richard Sigler. That's S-I-G-L-E-R. I'm from Phoenix, Arizona, and I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today. The climate emergency is at its peak right now and will only get worse in the next few years. I believe many people are doing what they can as far as their individual actions are concerned, but this will not be enough. What is needed is strong government action on the federal level as well as the state and local level. These power plant regulations are a positive step forward, and I hope you make them as strong as possible. This is no time to allow the fossil fuel industry to destroy our planet just so they can squeeze the last few drops of oil out of the earth. We are at the end of our rope. Imposing these regulations on existing coal and gas-fired plants is a positive step. Hopefully, no new coal or gas-fired plants will be allowed to open. Fossil fuels are a dinosaur. Again, thank you for what you are doing, and please don't let up. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, do you have any questions? Okay, our next two speakers are Scott Strand and Melanie Mead. Scott.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to testify. My name is Scott Strand. I'm a senior attorney with the Environmental Law and Policy Center, which is a public interest legal organization working on environmental issues. We're headquartered in Chicago. I'm in Minneapolis. First, I wanted to commend the EPA for getting these standards to this stage this quickly after the West Virginia versus EPA decision. I think that's important. Also want to commend the EPA for putting this standard on what I think is a very solid legal footing, both by cabining in its analysis of best system of emissions reduction to the traditional way that EPA has done that in the past, and also by getting those provisions into the statutory law that reestablished Mass versus EPA and the endangerment finding that is the basis of these regulations. We also want to express our agreement with the concept that carbon capture and sequestration and green hydrogen co-firing meet the adequately demonstrated test under the Clean Air Act. This technology is not that new. It is not hypothetical. and whether we support those forms of approaching the firing of these plants. The cost consideration, which has been a large part of it, has largely been curtailed or eliminated by the expansion of the tax credits. So again, we think it clearly meets the legal standard. We do have some concerns about the standard. I'll just express them very quickly. First one are the retirement exemptions. We're quite concerned that for a number of utilities, the retirement exemptions will be essentially construed as permission and an invitation to keep those plants going longer than they otherwise would go. We've been on a lot of calls with utility executives trying to explain to equity analysts why they're going to take a charge to close a coal plant. And it is either the certainty of a deadline coming up quickly or the uncertainty of not knowing when some kind of new regulation is coming forward. By saying that it's going to be down the road as long as you currently have it in the standard, we think we're going to have some plants that are going to stay open longer. We also want to caution the EPA that simply stating that you intend to retire a plant doesn't make it so. We have a lot of zombie coal plants around the Midwest where retirement dates have expired and they are still operating for a variety of different reasons. So one of the things that you have to consider is whether or not there is a way to make sure that a commitment to cease operations is genuine. Just like you've already established that the states are going to have to find ways of showing that plants are really genuinely planning to implement something like CCS rather than just saying they intend to do it. Second concern are the deadlines generally. Utilities have been working on this for a very, very long time. They have been trying to figure out a way to cut carbon, or at least have been thinking about ways to cut carbon for a long time. They don't need this much time in order to make these adjustments. They don't need 10, 15, 20 years. They've been working on this already. For new EGUs, we believe the standard should be that any new EGU has to immediately comply with the standards. For existing EGUs, we think the presumptive deadline of, say, 2030 would make much more sense, be similar to other standards, and I think it's something that is certainly going to be attainable given the fact that we've got decades of experience. Final concern is exemptions for the gas plants, about 86% as I understand the rule. We have state utility regulators evaluating natural gas plants, certificates of need, certificates of public convenience and necessity. They need to know that that the cost calculations are going to reflect the reality of having to comply with tough standards. If those are not in place, we're concerned that we're going to have more of these things approved than should be. So thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, do you have any clarifying questions? Hearing none, Melanie would like to hear your testimony.
Hello, thank you for having me here today. I'm just a mother of 2 and a grandmother of 3. What you see behind me is what I get to look at on a daily basis. And this is not adequate for a quality of life. Our community and our children suffer greatly because there are not rules in place that force the industry to become transparent. To propose that the Green Hub will be beneficial to our area is not true, especially when they're opening up another plant in Beaver. So what we ask is that you look at how you can make stricter rules and give them more transparent focus for families, for people who live here every day, not for those who come in and get to see at a specific time when and what they're pushing out. We live through this on a daily basis, and we just ask that you do serious consideration, maybe thinking about whether you would want your families living next to this would help to make more strict policy and standards so that these rules can embrace a community and people as a whole, and we don't have to isolate and divide ourselves for you to consider strengthening rules. We're all people, we have families here, and we're going to leave children to this earth to take care of. So please consider greatly the potential of making stricter policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Panelists, do you have any questions for Melanie? Seeing none, our next two panelists are Jorge or George Vasquez and Carrie Neeson.
Hello. Looks like my webcam is not working. I do apologize. I would like to start by saying thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jorge Vasquez Jr. That is VAZQUEZ, and I'm here as a volunteer for the NRDC Action Fund. I live in the city of Whiting, Indiana my whole life, which has always been a comfortable place to live. This lakeside community, while beautiful in some ways, isn't safe from the effects of air pollution. On one side is a large BP oil refinery. On the other is a large transit corridor that connects Chicago and Indianapolis, Indiana. I'd like to thank the EPA for putting forth proposals recently to address air pollution from power plants and tailpipes, which both greatly impact my community. I also appreciate you taking the time to hear how you can improve this plan for carbon emissions. To give a little more context for the community I live in, here's some information I found on the EPA's website in their power plants and neighboring communities mapping tool. Within a roughly 3-mile radius of my community, there are 5 power plants, 2 gas power plants in Chicago, which run at under 2% utilization. ArcelorMittal's steel plant, which is a fossil fuel, which is fossil fueled and runs at approximately 25% utilization, and 2 gas plants at a BP plant, which runs at about 50% utilization. And together, those last 2 plants in 2019 produced 3.5 million tons of carbon dioxide emissions. We know that generally air pollution and its health impacts are not evenly distributed. These plants are all in lower income communities of color. In addition to the direct air pollution from these plants, we know that communities like mine also get hit by the effects of carbon emissions on our environment. As our summers get hotter and hotter and the people in my community are more vulnerable to heat-related health problems, since many of our homes are older and not properly air conditioned. Zooming out from just my community, the EPA found that in 2030 alone, these rules would avoid 1,300 premature deaths, reduce school absences by 38,000 days, and lost work days by 66,000, and prevent more than 300,000 asthma attacks. This totals to over 14 billion in public health savings from lives saved and money not spent on healthcare and emergency room visits in 2030 alone from the proposed rules. I applaud these steps forward taken in this proposed plan, but I urge you to go further and finalize the strongest carbon standard possible by improving on the proposal to require greater reductions from existing gas plants and to secure emission reductions from all fossil fuel plants on a faster timeline. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. Panel, do you have any questions? Okay. And just a reminder to Jorge and others, please do, when you can, submit these testimonies also in writing to the docket, but we really appreciate both forms of testimony. Carrie, do you want to start?
Sure, thank you so much. My name is Carrie Neeson, NYSSEN, and I really appreciate the EPA proposing standards to limit carbon pollution from power plants and encourage you to strengthen the rule to best protect health. For me, it's all about family, it's all about health, and social justice by doing better for those who live near power plants and are exposed to excessive levels of pollution and worsening health. When we know better, we can do better. And I believe we can do more by expanding the number of plants that would be covered. I live in Washington State with all my family, and the climate change is real and it's happening. Worsening air quality due to wildfires just can't be ignored. My dad had COPD and the struggle for breath is real. It was for him and so many others with chronic lung disease. So I think about all of our elderly who are so susceptible to bad air quality. And I also think about our youth. My family just celebrated my great nephew's first birthday. And I look at Winston and I know his young lungs will continue to develop into his teen years. And I know that any exposure he has to bad air can negatively impact his lung development. We can do better for Winston and all the young lungs in our nation who we want to develop into healthy adult lungs without being damaged by breathing bad air. I hope this proposal can slow climate change and the catastrophic events it creates around our precious planet. I'm hopeful these changes will make our planet a healthier one for Winston and all our young people so they can thrive and grow up in the healthiest environment possible. Thank you for your attention, and I really appreciate your work to protect our health. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. I did have a clarifying question. I think the audio kind of blipped when you were talking about how we might expand the number of plants, and I'm wondering if you're willing to expound on that now or in written testimony. Was that for existing plants? Just didn't catch the audio of that part of your testimony.
Yeah, I just think the more plants that we can have being covered in this plan is going to be beneficial. Cover as many plants as we can.
Thank you. Panelists, do you have any clarifying questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Our next two speakers will be Patrick Morrissey and William Lynch. Patrick, you're up. If you're able to join us.
Yeah. This is Attorney General.
You're on phone, right?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for providing me with this opportunity to speak today and to testify. West Virginians and my office believe very strongly that the EPA should table this proposed rule. The proposed greenhouse gas emissions rule will devastate our power plants and our electricity grid, hurting states and individuals alike. And for a number of reasons, the proposal is unlawful. If EPA moves ahead anyway, the rule is likely to fail in court again for any one of a number of reasons. First, we'll start with the major questions doctrine. Last year, as many people know, in West Virginia v. EPA, the Supreme Court told EPA that it could not forcibly rebalance America's energy portfolio without a clear authorization from Congress. Yet here we are again. EPA proposes to force coal and natural gas power plants to adopt carbon capture and storage or hydrogen co-firing technologies. At best, these proposals would fundamentally alter the way these facilities could operate. But in truth, the technologies are so costly and so impossible to implement successfully that most companies are going to retire otherwise productive units to avoid losing money on these novel and unproven technologies. Crafting a policy that intentionally and directly presses fossil fuel plants into early retirement is just indirect generation shifting, and it's a transparent attempt to sidestep West Virginia v. EPA. Now, the Supreme Court told the EPA that the agency has no Clean Air Act authority to unilaterally shift electric generation to try to meet President Biden's aggressive energy goals, especially when read against the background of EPA's other recent regulatory efforts. That's plainly the aim. Major questions doctrine aside, the proposed rule also ignores Section 111's definition of system. As we've explained time and time again in our challenge to the Clean Power Plan, Section 111G contemplates inside the fence line measures. But EPA has not explained how carbon capture or co-firing is inside the fence line in the same way the traditional efficiency improvements are. It does not because it cannot. The proposed rule also violates Section 111's requirement that systems of emission reduction be adequately demonstrated. Case law says adequately demonstrated systems can't be purely theoretical or experimental or exorbitantly costly, but that's exactly what carbon capture and hydrogen co-firing are. Several studies have shown that installing
1 minute remaining.
CCS technology on coal or natural gas power plants can cost anywhere from $500 to $750 million per plant. At a few of those plants, that price tag was about 3 times the initial cost to build. Out of 13 flagship CCS facilities set up the past decades, 10 have failed, plagued by equipment failure and lack of economic viability. There are many other issues that I would like to get to, but what I will intend to do is submit for the record a more formal response. Our office in many states are submitting reply comments to the proposed rule. And at the end of the day, we're worried about grid reliability. We're worrying about violating Section 111's plain text, the major questions doctrine, and also the impact this is going to have on rural consumers, our energy jobs, and the poor. It will burden states with a variety of new costs and will weaken America's energy future. I urge EPA to abandon it, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Panelists, should you have any clarifying questions for Mr. Morrissey? Okay, hearing none. Thank you for your testimony, and we will now hear William Lynch's.
Hi, can you hear me? All right, thanks. Thanks for pronouncing my name right. That's rare. I'm William Lynch's. I'm from Decatur, Georgia. I'm an architect. I'm also just a husband and a person living on planet Earth, and I care about our planet. I care about our country, and I thank you for what you're doing. I thank the EPA for these standards set forth, but I believe we can do better. I don't believe we are doomed. Sometimes I get feelings like that, but I just believe we can do better. And specifically, I think we can increase the number of gas-powered plants covered by this rule. As proposed, not even 10% of gas-powered plants would be required to even limit their emissions. And I just don't believe that's acceptable. I think the EPA should expand this to cover as many gas plants as possible, down to at least 100 megawatts. Secondly, I think the timeline should be accelerated from 2035 to 2030. Some of these coal plants can stay online until 2039 without reducing their emissions at all, which is just unacceptable to me. And so I think this retirement loophole should be eliminated or moved up to 2030 at the very least. And lastly, I think I would encourage the EPA to speed up its internal process for these rules and to finalize them by March of next year, 2024. I don't believe climate action can wait. I believe that America is not perfect, but we have a lot of other nations looking up to us and following our example. And I think that our approach to climate change, and specifically how we produce energy and pollution, these are crucial to the future of our entire planet. So thank you again.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, do you have any questions? Okay, thank you. Olivia Perfetti and Ariane Young are next.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Great, okay. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Olivia Perfetti and I live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I grew up in Pittsburgh and I'm now in graduate school at Carnegie Mellon University studying public policy and management with a particular focus on environmental policy. So I'm testifying today because while the EPA's proposed carbon rule will make headway in lowering emissions, it needs to be even stronger to fully address all of the power plant pollution that is contributing to climate change. As we all know here, climate change is a life and death issue around the world, including where I live in Pittsburgh. As temperatures rise, summer days that used to be really lovely here in my hometown are more frequently characterized by extreme heat, with schools closing early, people missing work, and the elderly and more vulnerable members of our community suffering health problems. And these hotter temperatures will also make Pittsburgh's already toxic air quality even worse, which puts us at higher risk for asthma, heart and lung disease, and cancer. A staggering 22% of children in Pittsburgh suffer from asthma, while hundreds and thousands of our adult residents, including my dad, have other lung problems. We simply cannot afford worse air quality, but we unfortunately will get it without more action from the EPA on climate change. And while many sectors are contributing to climate change, coal and gas-fired power plants are some of the biggest culprits, since carbon emissions from these plants are the largest source of climate pollution in Pennsylvania and the second largest source in the US. All told, the power sector was responsible for about a quarter of all climate pollution in the US in 2021, and nearly 30% of climate emissions in Pennsylvania. So we know where we need to look to make a difference. The new rule proposed by the EPA would go a long way in reducing climate pollution, to be exact, 617 million metric tons of carbon dioxide by 2042. It would also reduce tens of thousands of tons of unhealthy air pollution linked to asthma, cancer, and premature death. Still, the proposal should be stronger, and the EPA needs to close a few loopholes. The rule should cover all power plants that burn fossil fuels and also accelerate the timeline so that we can start cutting climate pollution even sooner. There is truly no time to waste when it comes to tackling climate change and cleaning up our air. Our health and our lives depend on action from elected officials and government agencies at all levels. So I hope the EPA strengthens the proposed rule and moves swiftly forward with reducing power plant emissions nationwide. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. Panelists, do you have any clarifying questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony. And Early and Young, you are up.
Hello, my name is Erin Young. Can you hear me? My name is Erin and I live in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an organizer with Fridays for Future. I urge you to pass the proposed rule on carbon emissions from dirty coal and gas-fired power plants. My community is experiencing adverse effects of global warming. Our homes are impacted by major flooding from the remnants of Hurricane Ida. Last week, our air quality reached levels of 200 to 300 AQI and above because of Canada's fires. Canada's fires were made more likely by climate change, which is causing unusual dry and drought conditions in areas not known for those conditions. I'm almost 40 years old and have never known this part of Canada to have forest fires like this. I lived in Portland, Oregon for many years and saw Oregon go into a drought and temperatures rise. I watched wildfires go from an occasional California phenomenon to a seasonal danger experienced by all Western and mountain states. In 2020, I moved to Philly to live with my sister, who has been here since college. She told me snowfall has receded noticeably in the last several years. These weather conditions, sharply rising in severity, are the result of human-caused global warming from our carbon and methane emissions. Carbon emissions from dirty coal and gas-fired power plants are the largest source of climate pollution in PA and the second largest source in the US. We need this regulation to be passed to mitigate climate change and for our public health. Curbing these emissions would reduce the rates of asthma, cancer, other disability, and premature death from air pollution. 21% of children in Philadelphia have asthma, and the reduction in air pollution from this regulation would make a huge difference to their health and the health of adults with asthma. Particularly residents in Philly's Grays Ferry neighborhood have suffered worse health outcomes from air pollution from the former oil refinery they live next to. They are double burned because they continue to be affected by residual pollution from the closed refinery, along with Philadelphia's unhealthy air in general. The implementation of this rule would make a huge difference to environmental justice communities like Grays Ferry. But we need to make this rule stronger without any loopholes for polluters to jump through. I ask you to expand the rule to cover all fossil fuel power plants and to expedite the timeline because we have no time to waste. Thank you.
For your testimony, panelists, any clarifying questions? Okay, thank you. Our next two speakers will be Lori Davidson and Aaron Moore.
I'm not able to turn on my video. You have it stopped. Okay, thank you. My name is Laurie Davidson. I'm a speech pathologist that lives in Pittsburgh, and I'm 60 years old. And I serve the children of Allegheny County for 35 years now as a speech language pathologist. How this impacts me personally is I fell in love with serious time in the great outdoors in my 50s, hiking up mountains, paddling local streams, which are unfortunately replete with acid mine runoff from old unbridled corporate profits, and biking local rails to trails. I've been looking forward to having time to do that with more gusto in my retirement, but now on the edge of retirement, after spending the bulk of my life under lots of pressure, serving the children here for 34 years, with that promise dangled in front of me, if I just stick it out, I'm being robbed of that promise. I suffered damage to my lungs hiking hard in our wonderful national parks out west a few summers back, thanks to poor air quality, and it's happening again to me now right here. I've developed asthma late in life from the air quality of day-to-day life right here in Pittsburgh, having never had it as a child or an adult before this. We have very high asthma levels here in Pittsburgh across all age levels due to industrial pollution. My pulmonologist told me that leaving Pittsburgh would be advised, but it is becoming harder and harder to find any place with safe air quality. It is also deeply unfair that I need to leave my home to breathe safe air now that it is fully mine after years working towards that goal as a tax-paying responsible citizen. I feel badly not only for myself and adults like me, but also the children I serve who are growing up in a world where playing outside is not safe nor healthy. It is now safer to stay inside for these children in air filters than it is to play outside. I grew up in a world where playing outside was not just good for your soul, but also good for your health. And that's no longer happening here. I've participated in protests to attempt to stop the paying to pollute problem that we have here where I live, and we're getting nowhere fast. Unbridled capitalism results in it being more profitable to pay fines and continue to pollute than to solve their pollution problems. I'm asking you to bridle capitalism for me and for all my fellow citizens. Please give me the opportunity in retirement that I've been envisioning for decades and save the health of our children. More specifically, carbon emissions from dirty coal and gas-fired power plants are the largest source of climate pollution in Pennsylvania and the second largest source in the US. The power sector accounted for roughly a quarter of all climate pollution in the US in 2021. This rule would go a long way in addressing those emissions. Pennsylvania's power sector is especially dirty. Penn Environment's research policy found that power plants accounted for nearly 30% of our Commonwealth's climate emissions. The proposal would reduce 617 million metric tons of carbon pollution, the equivalent of half of all cars in the US. Beyond the significant climate reductions, this rule would also reduce tens of thousands of unhealthy air pollution linked to asthma, cancer, and premature death. But the proposal needs to be stronger. While this makes huge headway, it could go even farther by closing loopholes that will allow some climate polluters to keep polluting. Specifically, the EPA should expand the rule to cover all power plants that burn fossil fuels and accelerate the timeline. Thank you for trying to help.
Thanks for your testimony. Panelists, do you have any clarifying questions? No, seeing none, we'll move on to Erin Morey, please.
Hello, I'm the Reverend Erin Morey, E-R-I-N-M-O-R-E-Y. I am an Episcopal priest serving at St. Paul's Episcopal Church in Mount Lebanon, Pennsylvania, and enacting the strictest possible limits on pollution and carbon emissions is a critical moral issue to me as a person of faith. The Episcopal Church and my congregation know that we must cut pollution coming from fossil fuel plants. The General Convention of my denomination named this as a priority in Resolution 1973-B106. We recognize the relation between Christian stewardship and prudent use of the earth, and we encourage responsible and thoughtful use of our natural resources and direct all Episcopalians to be alert to plans of peoples and governments which threaten, degrade, or waste our natural environment, and take appropriate public steps to oppose them. And this is not merely because of our moral duty to be good stewards of the environment. We're also morally required by Resolution 2000-D005 to oppose government policy that fails to protect people who are poor or people of color from polluting industries. Reducing these emissions is an issue of the highest spiritual and moral urgency because of the threats it poses to human life and dignity. Resolution 2006-C018 specifically noted that the use of fossil fuels harms air quality and public health and is contributing to changes in the global climate that threaten the lives and livelihoods of our neighbors around the world. Finally, General Convention also called on the United States government to cut carbon emissions in Resolutions 2009-D031 and also 2012-D055. I understand this Earth, our island home, does not have infinite resources. I understand that our climate is already changing. I understand that people who suffer the losses of their livelihoods, health, and lives the most from climate change are often the most marginalized. I understand we have already caused harm, and further harm may bring us to tipping points that will cause cascading exponential disasters. This is so obviously immoral, I don't know if you need a priest to explain that to you. As a priest, one of the joys of my work is to baptize people, to welcome them into a community. In my tradition, we baptize people of all ages, including infants. When I hold an infant in my arms, and we as a congregation solemnly promise we will do all in our power to support them, how dare we lie to that child and to God? How dare we hand that child a world we have knowingly polluted and is dangerously warming? How dare we subject them to a future of asthma attacks, missed school and work, cataclysmic storms, droughts, fires, and premature death? It makes me incredibly sad to know that some of the things that I love about this world may not be there for them and for their children and grandchildren. And it frightens me to think we may be trading their future for our own comfort and convenience. In the words of Archbishop Desmond Tutu, the future of our fragile, beautiful planet is in our hands. We can be wantonly irresponsible, or we can be caring and compassionate. The EPA must finalize the strongest carbon standards possible by improving on the proposal to require greater reductions from existing gas plants and to secure emission reductions from all fossil fuel plants on a faster timeline. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Reverend. Panelists, do you have any clarifying questions? Okay, seeing none, our next two speakers will be Michelle Uberanga and Yesenia Chevy.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Michelle Ubaraga, and I'm the Montana State Coordinator of Moms Clean Air Force here in Montana. On behalf of our 4,000 members, we strongly support EPA's proposal to limit carbon emissions from fossil fuel power plants and ask that the EPA finalize these standards as quickly as possible. I'm also testifying today as a mother of three. Pardon my background noise, an aunt, a sister, and a person deeply committed to protecting the health of my children and all children. I'm testifying today because I'm concerned about the impacts of pollution right now in Montana, on sovereign nations, on vulnerable communities across the country. And so many people have made very clear throughout this hearing that pollution from power plants disproportionately impacts our most vulnerable community members, our marginalized and low wealth communities, pregnant women, and children. I'm also deeply concerned about how climate change is already changing the land where I live, and I worry about the disproportionate impacts of climate change on our children and other populations. The decisions that EPA makes are incredibly important, and they matter to so many people around the country, young and old, and all around the world. We're counting on you. It's the EPA's job to protect communities from industrial pollution, especially when the negative health impacts of pollution from power plants are very clear. It's also clear that fossil fuel power plants are responsible for almost 1/4 of climate pollution generated by the US. Your proposed rules would hold these power plants accountable for the climate warning pollution being emitted. The rules offer multiple pathways for power plants to clean up their carbon pollution, reducing total carbon emissions by 617 million metric tons through 2042. Those numbers are hard to fathom, but it is the equivalent of erasing the annual emissions from 137 million passenger vehicles, roughly half of the cars in the US. The rules will also protect public health by cutting tens and thousands of particulate matter, sulfur dioxide, and ozone-forming nitrogen oxide. The 2023 American Lung Association State of the Air report finds that coal-fired power plants provide the largest share of Montana's electricity. In 2022, it accounted for 42% of our in-state generation. Montana also has the nation's largest recoverable coal reserves, which is about 30% of the US total. Our state legislature has doubled down on fossil fuels, loosening regulations and boosting coal production in our state. This EPA rulemaking would help ensure our safety and protect us at a time when our state government is not. Sorry about the dogs. The public hearing comes the same week as a historic trial is beginning in the state of Montana, where 16 young people across the state of Montana are suing their government in Held v. Montana. These youth plaintiffs argue that Montana violated their right to a clean and healthful environment, which is guaranteed by the state constitution. The lawsuit alleges that the state's fossil fuel energy system is degrading and depleting Montana's constitutionally protected public trust resources, including the atmosphere, rivers and lakes, fish and wildlife. Young people are standing up and saying enough is enough. And as a mom, I'm doing the same. This is an important step. Power plants are responsible for so much pollution, and we must continue to do more to protect vulnerable communities from air pollution and climate change. I need my kids to know that you at EPA and me as their mother did everything we could to protect their future, to protect their home, and to protect their livelihoods. So once again, on behalf of the members of Mom Clean Air Force in Montana, we support the proposed carbon rule, and we are counting on the EPA to finalize the strongest possible standards as soon as possible. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
And thank you for your testimony. Panelists, do you have any clarifying questions? Seeing none, before we move on to Yesenia, I wanted to let folks know that as time allows, we might actually be able to accommodate some additional speakers throughout the course of today's hearing. If you are interested in being added to the waitlist, please email our registration support team. I imagine that email address will go into the chat. Our logistics team will drop that email, or they will. If you are watching via YouTube, the email should be displayed on your screen. And please note that the new waitlist will be started at the beginning of each hearing day. We cannot guarantee everyone on the waitlist will have a chance to speak today, but we will really do our best to accommodate as many additional speakers as possible. Your interest in this proposal is really important to us. And EPA considers all comments equally, whether submitted in writing or in the docket, or given orally at a public hearing. As a reminder, you can also submit written comments to this proposal through August 8th. I will ask tech support. I'm not seeing the email in the chat box, so please put that in for folks that want to join the waitlist. And Yesenia, you've been very patient. Please begin your testimony.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Yesenia Chavez, Yesenia Chavez, and I'm a recent master's graduate from Johns Hopkins University, as well as a climate fellow for Change the Chamber Lobby for Climate. And I'm here today to express my strong support for the Biden administration's proposed standards to cut climate pollution from coal and natural gas-fired power plants. As we know, fossil fuel power plants are one of the largest sources of carbon pollution driving climate change. Here in Colorado, these standards will be critical to tackling climate change and cleaning up power plants, especially in Weld County, where I currently reside. The EPA's proposal is a critically important step forward, and I encourage the agency to achieve greater pollution reductions from more sources on the fastest possible timelines in recognition of the threat of climate change. I urge you to move swiftly to finalize the strongest possible climate pollution standards for power plants by early 2024. The administration must also act for community protection and input, including rigorous monitoring, verification, enforcement, and engagement with communities, both on safeguards and individual projects. It will help bring justice to communities across the country, including my own, that have for many decades been unfairly and disproportionately exposed to pollution, but only if it is sufficiently strengthened. The low-income and Latino populations in this region have suffered carbon pollution from the Suncor plant for decades and deserve to be protected from these emissions. One of the main contributors to climate change is carbon pollution from power plants, in particular plants that burn fossil fuels, such as coal or natural gas. We cannot stop climate change without addressing the pollution coming from these plants. That's why the EPA's proposal is so important. If it's enacted, the standards will measurably reduce carbon pollution from power plants. According to EPA analysis, this proposal will slash carbon pollution by 617 million metric tons, the equivalent of taking 137 million gas-burning cars off of the road. This is important for the fight against climate change, but it's also important for addressing the direct material harm that comes to marginalized and frontline communities as a result of power plant pollution. Thankfully, the proposed EPA standards will deliver up to $85 billion in net public health benefits through 2042. On an annual basis, they are expected to avert 1,300 premature deaths, prevent 300,000 asthma attacks, and head off at least 800 hospitalizations and up to 38,000 school absences and 66,000 lost work days. These benefits will be felt most in frontline communities, which tend to be majority Black and Brown, because it is precisely these communities that are most affected by power plant pollution. Although no one set of standards from the EPA can undo the decades of systemic racism at the bottom of these troubling health disparities, the current EPA proposal is a step in the right direction. On behalf of communities like my own, I urge the EPA to approve this proposal and to do so as quickly as possible, by early 2024. Our communities have waited for these protections long enough already. Justice delayed is justice denied. Please don't make us wait any longer. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, do you have any clarifying questions? Seeing none, our next two speakers will be Emma Wolkers and Dolph Orthwin. Emma?
Yeah, hello. So my name is Emma Wolkers, that's Woelkers. I live in Marquette, Michigan, and I am a climate fellow with Change the Chamber Lobby for Climate. Thank you for allowing me to speak today in support of the proposed carbon rule. I am only in my 20s, and I am very concerned how my planet and state will look when I am in my 50s, my 60s, even my 40s, all because of the climate crisis. And that is why I'm speaking here today, to do what I can to protect our planet and ensure that my generation and those generations after me will have a healthy, clean, and thriving environment. Having lived in Michigan my whole life, I have seen the effects of climate change firsthand. According to Michigan's Department of Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy, average temperatures have risen 2 to 3 degrees Fahrenheit since 1900, with average precipitation rising about 5 inches in that same time span. With these increases, we have also seen an increase in extreme weather events, such as the recent ice storm that hit the state in February, which knocked out power for much of the state for multiple days. An increase in wildfires across the continent due to climate change has also been detrimental to the air quality in our state. Detroit last week had the second worst air quality in the world, only behind New Delhi, due to the Canadian wildfire smoke that engulfed much of the country. These are just two of the most recent climate change effects that Michigan has faced, but if I listed all of the events that have happened in the last 10 years, I would be here all night. That is all to say that climate change is here, happening, and it's getting worse every year. The EPA's proposal to cut climate pollution from dirty power plants is a strong start, and implementing the strongest possible version of these carbon pollution standards will benefit our health, climate, and communities nationwide. Carbon is one of the most abundant greenhouse gases in our atmosphere, and power plants are responsible for roughly a quarter of carbon pollution in the US. Approximately 60% of power generation comes from burning fossil fuels like coal and natural gas, and while ideally we will eventually move to a clean energy grid, limiting the carbon emissions from these power plants will be a huge step in the right direction. This proposed rule will cut carbon pollution by 617 million metric tons from 2028 to 2042. This will not only protect our environment, but it will also protect our health. It will avoid 1,300 premature deaths, 800 hospital and ER visits, more than 300,000 asthma attacks, 38,000 absences from school, and 66,000 lost work days annually across the United States. In Detroit, the American Lung Association's 2022 State of the Air report found that the Detroit area was the 16th most polluted city in the country in terms of year-round particle pollution, which is an improvement from 12th the year prior, but it is still very high on the list. This is due partly to the amount of power plants and other carbon emitting factories that are within the city. These power plants and factories have led to high levels of asthma, COPD, and other health concerns across the city, especially in disadvantaged communities that are facing the brunt of all of these effects. Setting strong regulations will directly save the lives of thousands of Michiganders who suffer due to living near these power plants. I am grateful that the EPA set these strong standards, including requiring that existing coal plants without a plan for near-term retirement must decrease their carbon pollution by 90%, but I believe there is more to be done. We should be including all gas power plants in this standard, so that way we don't encourage power plant operators to shift their generation to smaller plants.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm afraid your 4 minutes is up, but thank you so much. Panel, do you have any clarifying questions? Okay, hearing none. Dolph Orthwin, please start your testimony.
Hello, my name is Dolph Orthwine. I would like to begin by thanking the EPA for taking these steps to regulate power plants. It is vital that we take all possible action to decrease greenhouse gas emissions. The threat we face from climate change is extreme, and with about a quarter of US emissions coming from power generation, this is an incredibly important part of driving down emissions. While I do appreciate this action, I would like to encourage the EPA to make this rule more effective by including more power plants in the rule. As it is currently, the rule only applies to power plants over 300 megawatts that operate frequently, which only covers about 14% of existing US power plants. It would be better to include smaller gas plants below 300 megawatts and peaker plants. These plants are commonly found in densely populated areas and are known to contribute significantly to local air pollution. Low-income communities and communities of color are more likely to live in proximity to these power plants, so making these regulations more stringent would further decrease disparities in health outcomes. As it is now, the law is projected to bring the power sector down to about 66% below the 2005 baseline for emissions. That falls short of the administration's target of 80% reduction by 2030. I would urge the EPA to act more quickly. Gas power plants should be required to go carbon neutral by 2030, sooner than the proposed 2035 timeline. We have already wasted enough time, and 2030 is achievable. My final ask is that the EPA act quickly in solidifying these regulations to prevent the Congressional Review Act from nullifying these important standards. These standards should be finalized by June 2024 at the latest. Because of their extreme influence, standing up to the fossil fuel industry is particularly challenging, but I appreciate the effort the EPA is taking. It shows you are committed to doing what is right for our climate, and I hope we will have a strong and timely response. Thank you.
Thank you for the testimony. Panelists, do you have any clarifying questions? Okay, moving on. Juliana Garreta.
Hi, my name is Juliana Garefa, and I'm here as a private citizen from New Jersey and a member of the NRDC Action Fund. I'm here today to advocate for the strictest possible carbon emission standards for power plants because I believe this is critical in combating climate change. Power plants are still the country's second largest carbon dioxide polluter, contributing nearly a third of the nation's total. You cannot deny the harm this causes to our climate and in turn our health. Here in New Jersey, we got a visceral reminder of that when the Canadian wildfires last week sent the air quality index in my town well into the hazardous zone over 400. 3 people in my household have asthma, and I have a degenerative heart condition. So for several days, we were forced to confine ourselves to one room where we gathered around our one air purifier. For me, exposure to that kind of particulate matter puts me closer to needing a new heart valve. Meanwhile, the historic air quality data from Google's company Breezometer confirms that the long-term particulate matter and ozone levels in my town are far above the safe levels set by the World Health Organization. So even on a regular day, my family suffers because of air pollution. But this proposal has the power to help thousands of people like us. Cleaning up coal and new natural gas power plants would avoid up to 617 million metric tons of total carbon dioxide through 2042. Moreover, I contest the claims made here today. The cost of implementing these standards will overburden energy companies and threaten the affordability of energy for everyday people. With tax incentives helping to defray the costs of these technologies and other clean energy alternatives, power companies can achieve greater emission reductions at lower overall cost. Additionally, the EPA projects up to $85 billion in net climate and health benefits from the new rules on existing coal and new gas between 2028 and 2042. That is $7 of benefits for each $1 spent on compliance. For these reasons, I have confidence that adopting the most aggressive proposed standards will not harm the economy. So again, I implore you to protect the health of countless vulnerable citizens like my family members by finalizing the strongest carbon standards for power plants possible on the fastest timeline possible. You can do this by requiring greater reductions from existing gas plants and securing emissions reductions from all fossil power plants on a faster timeline. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, do you have any clarifying questions? All right, seeing none at this time, I think we're going to be taking a short break. To recap, my name is Stephanie Grumet, and I've been chairing this hearing session. I want to thank everyone who shared comments so far today in EPA's proposed action. At this time, we're going to take a break, and we'll resume this hearing in 15 minutes. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back from the break, everybody. My name again is Stephanie Grumet, and I am a Senior Policy Advisor in EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. I'm chairing the session of today's hearing on EPA's proposed greenhouse gas standards and guidelines for fossil fuel-fired power plants. It looks like we will have time for additional folks to join the wait list should they want to do so. So if you are interested in being added, please email our registration support team. That email is in your chat box, and our logistics team will accommodate you. If you're watching via YouTube, the email should be displayed on your screen. Please note that a new wait list will be started at the beginning of each hearing day. Of course, we can't guarantee that everyone on the wait list will have a chance to speak, but we will do our best to accommodate everybody as additional speakers form in the queue. On behalf of the EPA and the panel, your interest in this proposal is very important to us, and we consider all comments equally, whether submitted in writing to the docket or given orally at a public hearing. And as a reminder, we have extended the public comment period through August 8th. At this point, we will take another 15-minute break. And the timing will be shown on the screen. We will reconvene at 6:40 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back from break. My name is Stephanie Grumet, and it has been my privilege to chair this session. At this point in time, we don't have anyone in the queue to testify, so I want to thank my fellow panelists, Brian Kevaney and Chris Weirner, and everyone who offered testimony here today, and everyone who took time out of their schedules to listen to today's hearing on EPA's proposed greenhouse gas standards and guidelines for fossil fuel fired power plants. As a reminder, we did extend the comment period through August 8th, and you may submit testimony. And at this point, we'd just like to thank everybody. You've been amazing. Thank you so much for joining us here today, and this hearing is now adjourned. The next section will open tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. So